Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, July the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Quick sound check, and can you see my screen, please? Yes and yes. Okay, so for those of you who are in YouTube, I don't think you can see my entire screen. If you can, let me know. I don't think you can though, and I've had a problem projecting my screen in YouTube this morning, and I don't know how to fix it, to be honest. So so maybe if you're in YouTube, I don't know what you're seeing. Can you see the SPY chart on the bottom right-hand corner? Just give me a heads up. I don't think you can. No, okay. Okay, so there's nothing I can do about it, guys. Okay, it's about a half screen, yeah. I don't know how to fix it. So you're just going to have to deal with that for the balance of today. And hopefully over the weekend I can figure out what's going on. Yeah, okay. All right, what is happening? What is happening? ERYP, guys. I don't know. This one, I almost was able to get after hours yesterday, but it went way too quickly. You're not going to believe what happened with this one. ERP looks awesome, doesn't it? It's up 100%. Yeah, but look what happened after hours yesterday. So this was sitting at $4, and it popped. This is a 15-minute chart, so I mean this wasn't like 1 minute. It popped up to $25. It pulled right back down. I mean, but it's still up 100%. But you got to be awfully careful with this. Some kind of fast track designation. Excuse me. That and it's not a crazy low float. I mean, it's 23 million in the float, but I have no idea what's going to happen with this, but I know traders will be looking at this, what happened after hours, so who knows? Yeah, I mean, if you want to see my, excuse me, if you want to see my full screen, yeah, those of you in YouTube, you can always go over to what I call the main trading room, okay? But nothing I can do about it right now. And there's the link for the room. All right, QFIN on the way down. Blew them off the China stocks, I think. We had a couple of days, well, 2 days ago, a nice pop, but most of the China stocks did this 2 days ago, and then this is what happened yesterday, and now it appears that they're just continuing down again. Tilray. Well, what to say about Tilray? All the excitement a couple of days ago when it released earnings. Looked like, all right, we're going to take out 20, no issues whatsoever. Oh, I shouldn't say 20, but I guess, what did it get up to? 1649. There's a 200-day. Anyway, continuing down again today. Yeah, I don't know why you do, Aaron, getting errors coming into the room. I really don't know why. Pinterest. Wow, did it ever get slammed on earnings? Look at this one. Look at this one, down 19%. I think lost a lot of users, or their user base tops profit and sales views, but all I saw, I could have sworn I saw something. They lost about 25, or maybe 15 or 25% of their users. Their results aren't bad, but maybe I'm wrong. I could have sworn. I mean, I'm just sort of glancing at headlines. Morgan Stanley maintains coverage. Okay, so it's a forecast. Okay, so they reported 454 million users. The forecast was 482, so I guess that's what it was, okay? So Real's got the more complete version. I don't have a lot of faith in this one, ARDX, but it did gap up quite a lot of volume, 10 million. I don't have a lot of faith in this one. This is shortable. I I did not take this short, but I just don't think this is going to sustain itself. ARDX. AVXL gapped up. Is it holding the gap? Not really. I'm sorry, this is a gap down. I'm sorry, this is a gap. This should be a gap down. I think I wrote down gap up. So obviously this is a gap down, AVXL. And look at, so yesterday had the big gap down, and this is like a kind of a continuation now. Yeah, I understand gold, and I can't fix it today. It's something to do with the projecting software, and I just don't know how to fix it. So hopefully by Monday it'll be fixed. You can always come over to the other room, to the main room. Okay, there's the link to get into the main room. Sava, boy, these Alzheimer's stocks, unfortunately, are just getting slammed. So Sava, there you go. So gap down. And let's see, scientists critique their study results. LMFA. This is actually one I traded after hours very, very quickly. LMFA yesterday after hours. It did this little burst up. It was a really quick trade for me. It's still up, but it did pull quite a bit back from the highs at 542 off $1. Another one that I traded after hours, and I almost held this one. It was almost a coin flip. XBIO. You saw what it did after hours. A nice little push, and it looked really good here. I thought, maybe I'll just hold this. Anyway, I guess a financing. Can't quite figure it out. It looks like the financing's at 270, but I'm not 100% sure. That's kind of from the headline that I saw, it seemed to be 270, so it's way above the financing price. I probably missed the boat on this one. TAOP, I wanted to short this one. TAOP. It's popped up again. Some kind of a blockchain cooperation report, strategic cooperation with a blockchain company, I guess. ANVS, wow, just continued down. Had a wild day yesterday. Mainly down, except it had that $20 pop off the lows, and then it is continues to sink. And again, these Alzheimer's stocks are, oh man, $33. There's I know Lily was talking about 33 yesterday. There's the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I can't fix the screen, okay? I'm sorry, okay? You can always come over to the main trading room. I can't fix the screen. It would take me too much time to figure out what's going on, and I just don't have the time, so I'm going to have to do it after hours. Sorry about that. And I'm talking about to the people on YouTube. You can always come into the main trading room. Okay, so I don't have a lot. So my only notes are China down again. Okay, so it looks like obviously the market is going to. This is going to be a pretty big gap down. Could turn into my favorite day. Favorite day, of course, will be the big gap down and then a recovery. You're going to have to open your alert windows one by one. There's no easy way to do it. You can turn them all off, of course, with the sound toggle. but you're going to have to open each window, each one of your alert windows one by one. If you right click and then properties, actions, and then you'll see the sound right there. Otherwise, there's no easy way to do it. Well, it's impossible if you've got all of the alerts off. For instance, if you're still getting an alert and there's a sound toggle right between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. If you click on it and get that slash, all your alerts should be off. If you're still hearing something, then it's not from Trade Ideas. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:16. Quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. If I did, I probably deleted it immediately. I didn't see that. No, I didn't. I get so many emails, and so I didn't see it at all. All right, there are some of the upgrades. The other thing, yeah, what Jay is saying, an unseen window. You may think you're looking at all your alert windows, okay, but you may have one minimized that you're not aware of. If you click on Windows and then Show All, something that you may have thought you didn't even know you had up and running, you'll be able to see it. Okay, now let's take a look at the downgrades. Not too many downgrades this morning. APT guys on the move here. APT is on the move. Unfortunately. Maybe I'll have to read this email you guys are talking about. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Is it possible to see all chats in one room? What do you mean by that, Sonny? You're talking about YouTube and this one? No, I wouldn't even worry about the YouTube room. Look, it's fine. People can hear me. They can normally see my entire screen. It's not as robust as the main trading room. Okay. All right. Thank you, Becca. All right, let's take a look at the ETFs for this morning, see what's happening. All right, so here are the major sectors. Let's see what's happening. Most of them should be all down, based on what the market is looking like it's going to do to start. So let's take a look at technology. Yeah, so energy. Is there any positive sector? There is not one positive sector. The only one that is, not quite 50-50, 40% down, 60% up, healthcare. But every other sector is starting off down. Again, this can change, of course, once the market opens, and an hour into the day, this can all change. But right now, tech and communications, probably, let's see, are they the worst? 76? No. Energy, utilities. Interesting, utilities would be down so much with the market down. Anyway, that's just a quick glance at what we have in store once this market opens. In store for us once this market opens. So I have no idea what's going to happen with the option scanner today. It was mixed yesterday. We had the one really good one, but kind of mixed results yesterday. But with the market down, if it continues down, we may not get very many option alerts because, of course, the stock has to be making new highs, etc. So we'll have to see. I did hear Max R. When I say hear it, this is my text to a little bit of action on it. So you're a fan of this Kerrisdale cap. I think I've seen you reference them before. And so they're putting, what, an $85 price target on MaxR? Okay. Oh, I see that right here. Yeah, I see my IB. Kerrisdale Cap tweets, we're long MAXR. You probably posted this, but this is what the news is. Okay, give me one moment, please. Okay, so the SPY is still, it's going to be an interesting open. Yeah, Hood's getting some little bit of action. There were no shorts available for me for Hood this morning, but now there are. So there's some covering taking place. 52,000 now available, so there was some covering taking place, obviously, on this little move maybe. And again, I'm only referring to Interactive Brokers, of course. Capri, I don't think I saw Capri real. I saw, of course, the Maxar we're just talking about, the TAOP. I don't think I saw CPRI. Okay, so it's an earnings play. Oh, I know why. Okay. Just out of the range I like to trade, but yeah, I mean, it's an earnings play. Big gap up. Probably coming into some resistance around the 56 mark. Barry for alpha, it always works, but make sure it's Antonio, but it's got to be in caps, right? The Barry and the alpha have to be in caps. Well, okay, when you ask my opinion, I mean, obviously it's got slammed down on earnings. I mean, it may be an overreaction. I don't know. I mean, they underperformed according to the analysts in terms of users, etc. The company's not going into business. Other than that, I really have no other insight. I mean, you just have to watch it. I mean, it's trying to bounce a little bit now, but it's out of the range. It's out of the price range I normally trade. So, but that doesn't mean I can't offer an turn, change. There we go. So, I mean, it's having a little bit of a bounce, a lot of volume coming in. Yeah, I saw LC this morning. Yeah, that nice move down. I didn't take it. Nice move down after. Bouncing now, though. Yeah, it is bouncing now. Okay, guys, we're going to open in about a little less than 20 seconds, so let's have a great end to this trading week. And nothing will happen in these two windows until at least at 9:45. That's by design. Okay, so this ARYP, be really, really careful if you're going to dabble in this one, okay? Because look what happened after hours. This was an incredible run, but it just completely got slapped down. So just be really, really careful. So I think QFIN is bouncing a bit here. Yeah, QFIN is, All right, QFIN is bouncing a bit. All right, so let's take a look at the markets. Okay, well, the Dow's down, SPY's down, of course, and NAS is down. So not my option scanner. I mean, I don't know how NY. I mean, according to this, it's only traded 22 contracts, so I don't see how NLY showed up. And we have a halt, our first halt of the day, RLYB. So this was an IPO yesterday, or 2 days ago, RLYB. Are you talking about the one like moving higher with unusually strong options volume? This one right here? I don't see how, because I mean the option volume is not enough. Really? Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, NLY, obviously, I don't know what to say. I mean, the option volume is 141 contracts right now. I mean, it's increasing. It's getting higher and higher, but I didn't change it this week. You know what, guys? Well, first of all, the one change I did make was that the stock had to be up for the day. So if you saw that, I mean, it's up right now. But I made that change a couple of weeks ago. Okay, that is one change I made, but I don't understand how you're seeing it, because right now, according to this, the option volume is not 2,000. But at any rate, okay, there you go, guys. There's your ERYP. All traders are looking at is this. It's all they're looking at. What happened after hours yesterday, all the way up to $25. Again, you take that, you really, really have to be careful though, because look what happened. I mean, it just collapsed. So just be awfully careful if you took it. Another IPO from a couple of days ago just got halted, ICVX. All right, so market's putting in the first 15-minute candle so far, green. HPI. Looking left right here, the next high is 747, so it's got some room. HPI, I guess, is a virus play. Anyway, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to try to let things settle down a little bit. MAXR, let's take a look at what is happening with MAXR. There's the 3662 that Real is talking about. So got up to the 200-day moving average area. And look at that, look at that, look at that green line right in the chart. There's your 200-day moving average line. Yeah, Gary, I have a problem projecting, okay? So I'm gonna have to so nothing I can do about it today. Sorry about that. I'm gonna hopefully I'll have it fixed by the well, sometime this weekend. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on. The projecting software I use is third party, and it's a bit of a bear. Anyway, don't want to dwell too much on it. You want to come into the other room? I mean, I recommend doing that anyway. You want to have a little more action or interaction with traders. There's the main trading. Well, it's halted. Amazing. It's halted. It's halted. It's a what's called a volatility halt. Another one that just got halted, and SNPX got halted also. Another low float. This has been an active one on the way down the last few days. Yesterday I had, well, no, this is today's candle. Okay, ATOS on the way down. ATOS on the way down. Ooh, this is an all-time low right now. Big break out of this consolidation on the daily. Boy, look at VXRT. Virus play, but it is just getting slapped again. VXRT. Okay, EYRP just opened, and again, you got to be really careful with this, guys. I know this is the attraction right there. $25 after hours yesterday. That's the attraction, but you've got to be awfully careful with it. And it just got halted on the way down. So oh man. Well, I know this one I don't know what this one is. Is this a new symbol for this company? Or is COHN still around? Well, I'm watching it. RQI, I'm watching it. Not very much volume yet. Okay, put an alert up in this area right here. For RQI. Oh, oh no, that's Under Armour. I thought it was United Airlines, but no, Under Armour, UAA. Actually, look at this little move for UAA. So Mason, halting a stock, the question is, does it affect the stock negatively? Typically, well, what we've seen over the last couple of years, the stock gets halted the first time. A lot of times when it comes out of the halt, resumes, there is a pop in the price. It's just a volatility halt, okay? I mean, it's just trying to say, okay, let's take a breather here. And the first halt typically can be good. Good in that, you know, when it resumes, like this one, okay? Our RLYB was halted at 1778 and it opened at, look at this, 2244. Does that happen all the time? Of course not, but the first halt can usually be pretty good. Second halt, maybe a little suspect. Third halt, and this is not scientific. There's our RLYB just got halted again. Yeah, so there's a video. Bill, here's a video for you. You have an IB or an E-Trade account. Is that what you want to do? You want to trade your IB or E-Trade account from within Brokerage Plus? There's two videos there. The first video, the short video, is how to set up if you have an IB or E-Trade account, how you can use this to trade. Second video goes into a lot more detail about what you can how you can use Brokerage Plus. Okay, so that's what I would take a look at. Okay, so watch that first video. It shows you how you can connect, and then the second video, more detail about how you can use it, okay? Yeah, there's not very much volume, but it's just, you know, it's the amount it went up in the period of time. Okay, so ERYP just resumed. What I'm going to do on this one, you know, I mean, this is a wild one. Stick an alert around 951. See if it takes that out later. It's high right there. And the only reason I'm doing that is I'm just looking after hours yesterday when it got up to 25. And I'm not saying it's even going to come close to this, but it's all other traders are looking at, okay? All right, down goes TAOP. All right, now I see the option volume is 2,000. So, but the option volume to 8%. So I have no idea why it's showing up in the scan that I created, because yeah, this meets the minimum requirement, but this is nowhere close. This has to be 300%. So I have no idea, guys. If you want, you can pop the filter. If you can pop it in the link, the cloud link, and I can take a look at it. But certainly nothing is showing up for me. Macy's, guys, Macy's on the move, I think. And yeah, look at Macy's. What a nice little pop. I want to see how many shorts are available now at IB for Hood. Okay, they haven't been 100% snapped up. Well, I'll stick an alert at 9. And we got that for ERYP, and right up here too, 954. All right, so this is an earnings play also. This CC, very low volume though, pretty low volume. It's still up for the day, but sinking CC, but it's probably too difficult to try to trade. All right, there's the ERYP up, but right back down. So you got to be careful. Boy, it's wild action on that one, man. You're going to take this one. Look, don't take too many shares. That's my only recommendation, because it can go up and down just like that. I mean, if it takes out that high right there, it could really rip. And we're talking about the ERYP. I agree. It must hold. It looks like it's trying. Okay, guys, I'm just concentrating on this. The ERYP. Not in it yet. I'm just looking for an entry. HPI is still moving higher. All right, well, I've got my alert set up here again, so if it happens, it happens. If not, I just have to forget about it. But this is wild. No, I'm not. You know what, Sam? I don't even want to really talk. I mean, I have to talk about it because people are looking at it. But this is sort of a personal thing, okay? You know, because I don't want to say, well, I'm looking at this entry at 925, and then it hits 925. You and others pile in. This is not a recommendation. It's so whippy, okay? So I shouldn't really talk about it anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, but curious. But I could say it, and okay, well, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, so maybe I should do it too, and others. So I really shouldn't talk about it. Okay, I'm not trying to be evasive or anything, but I mean, it's too whippy. AHPI, guys, is definitely moving higher here. When I say that, I don't mean it's definitely moving higher from here. I mean it's had a pop. Gotta be careful, phraseology here. I don't mean it's moving higher from here. All right, ARDX. So ARDX, so it's up, it's still up. 28 million have traded, so it's it's trading a lot. 26 times normal. ARDX. Remember what the news on that one was? If I could see some news. Application for chronic kidney disease received. So there was some news. All right, MAXR. So it's trying to leave the 200-day in its dust, and it's got the room. Yeah, Rebecca, I have to be very careful, guys. I mean, I'm not a financial advisor. I have to be very careful. You never hear me tell me or say this is what I think everybody should do. You should do. Just point out opportunities. You take them. You take them. I'm still waiting for my first option on the upside or the downside. I actually got the downside one up also. Nothing's happened yet. All right, ARDX from my watch list right here, 186. Can it take out? I mean, I don't know what happened here. Got slammed down. What's the high right there? That is 215. Well, I mean, look, if it can take out somehow, if it can take out 215, look at the potential fill for it. So I'm just going to stick an alert, just over 212 or so. See if it can take that out somehow. Hey, so Trader Cat, if you're experiencing issues like that, you might want to go to our homepage and just indicate that, okay? I have no idea if other people are having an issue, B plus connecting to E-Trade. I have no idea. I'm not seeing anything on that, but you might want to go to our homepage and just, pose the question. Okay, I'll put the homepage link in, and where it says questions and answers, just ask that question, okay? All right, MaxR on the move here. MAXR from that pretty aggressive price target. Meanwhile, AHPI did not get halted. I know Zach was saying I might get halted. I think you said you were out of it though, but AHPI, look at this. I mean, looking left on the daily chart, we've got 1019 as the next high looking left. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying that's your potential. Is there some specific news about it? Other than it being an Alzheimer, I'm sorry, a virus play? And now it's halted, yes, just got halted. Really? That's all it is? Masks? Okay. So guys, the market is putting in a nice recovery here. Look at this. First, excuse me, first 15-minute candle. Nice big wide bar. Second one, continuation. This could turn into my favorite day. I mean, the Dow's only down just a touch. Tech is down. SPY is down. Great call on the MaxR, MAXR, pointing that out. So Carousel is sort of like the anti-Citron and Street Sweeper and Hindenburg. Man, PJ, you're in the wrong room then. Nothing we do really is fundamental. That one is more nuts. Yes, I'll give you that. You know, I don't have. Maybe something's going on with my option because I don't have APT in options. Certainly the volume's good. Now it may. Okay, I think what's happened is if it takes out this high, I'm going to see it. It probably just went over 300%. It just happened. So if I get a high right up here, it'll almost guarantee that it'll be in the option scanner. Whoosh on the MaxR. You know, once it cleared that 200-day moving average, and with the aggressive price target, I would call it, well, you're right, it's sort of a grinder. I mean, compared to what we're used to, but boy, I mean, that's a nice move. Well, depends how many shares you take, but and of course, Zach, I'm not asking you. just the royal U. $85, Siri, $85 for the MAXR. But I mean, again, take it with a grain of salt. But that is the reason, I guess, that this is the news on it. Kerrisdale Capital. This one doesn't show the price target. Maybe another one does. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, Kerrisdale sets an $85 price target. Again, take it with a grain of salt. Doesn't mean it's going to 85, but it's obviously caused the stock to have a nice run today so far. All right, the resumption for AHPI didn't really pop. Oh, maybe it is. Sorry, it is. I'm hearing it, so it must be making new highs. Yes. Yeah, I mean, look at this. So 45 minutes so far. Well, certainly the first 30 minutes. Now we are, well, I have 11 minutes for this to close. But yeah, gap down and recovery. It doesn't have to recover all day long. Just give us, an hour and a lot of bounce plays will work. Stocks that were beaten down for no real reason other than the market being down. No idea what that means. Custody fees, no idea. Well, it may turn, but I'm hoping for a 38 break anyway. Let's see for the Maxer. Okay, I gotta make sure that APT. Okay, so stick an alert at 1187. I guarantee it'll show up in the option scanner if it takes that out. NLY, and okay, again. Well, I don't know. Unless this option volume, unless this is just bad data. I don't understand how you guys are getting this in the option scanner at 21%. Even if you reduce it somewhat. Well, I asked somebody who has NLY in their option scanner if you want to pop the cloud link in. I'd like to take a look at it because I have no. It shouldn't be showing up, not with 21%. I mean that's not even trading. That's like a fifth of what it would normally be trading. over the last 10 days. So I don't understand how that can be there. No, you are absolutely not for the ERYP. Please, I'm not going to talk about it anymore. I'm sorry. I just cannot talk about that one anymore. ARYP. If I take this trade, you know, I'm not going to talk about it. It's just too whippy. KOLD. This is okay. Okay. This is okay. So this is a one of the reasons it's not showing up. This is sort of an ETF. So all right. Let's take a look. Well, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I mean, NLY, I mean, we've got right there, option volume today says 21%, and here it says 761. I have no idea how that happens. Mine is exactly the same. That's really, the only difference is I have it has to be above the close, okay? So that's why it wouldn't show up as early as yours, but let me just, I want to point this out to somebody. All right. Thank you for that. I have no idea. Okay, I have no explanation. I don't think it's that good anyway, so it won't. It probably won't matter. Okay, now this one definitely showed up. Axel showed up. AXL definitely showed up. Okay. Now let's see. What sort of room does it have? So this has got some room, guys. AXL has got some room. But, okay, what's the spread like? So it's 1035, 1041 right now. So I'm going to put the alert at, I'm going to put a price alert around 1048, see if it takes that out again. And this is actually an earnings play, so it will be active today. Okay, thank you for that. And it's an earnings play. So let's just see if it can regain that 1045 that appeared in the option scanner. Well, we've got 45 minutes straight up. Let's take a look at the sectors and let's see what's happening here. Remember early on, virtually everything was negative. But this is going to change because the Dow is just a little bit positive. But even tech, 68% are up. Energy is still getting hit. Utilities. But the market, since with that move, most of these sectors now are starting to move higher. Boy, HPI was the star. It's a low float, 3.2 million in the float. That's one of the reasons. All right, guys. So again, all I've done for the Axle is just put a price alert where we had the alert in the option scanner, and see if it takes it out later on. That's all I've done. I don't think this one took out 2, did it? ARDX? I don't think it took out 2. No. All right. Virus play CODX making a little move here. CODX. There's a 200-day. It's relatively close. $11. It's 47 cents away. So it's relatively close. Is it? Okay. Well, is it having any effect? So far the effect is, well, negative. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys. So AHPI Codex is moving, not Kodak, but CODX. I'm sorry, somebody mentioned Works earlier. I did see it. Some volume coming in. You know, it had the big move, the big pullback. 256, back down to 220. And we have another halt for RLYB on the way up this time. Yeah, I'm not in it, Kroger, but you know, retail I guess is doing pretty well today. KR. What was the trigger? 40.14 or so? A little over 40? Was that the trigger? $40.02? Okay, I thought it was just a little over 40. All right, guys. Well, it's 10:20. Well, you know, not unfortunately the AXL. I'm kind of waiting on it. Want to see if this can take out that high. Doesn't look that promising right now. And now we got a red bar. So we had 45 minutes of a lot of stocks that were bouncing, that were beaten up for no real reason other than the fact the market was down. So we had a lot of stocks that probably bounced a bit. But now we've got this big red bar showing up. So hopefully we'll have to see what happens. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. If you're following me in YouTube, I apologize for the display. Something went haywire with my projection software, and quite blunt, I don't know how to fix it. Okay, so I couldn't spend the time in the pre-market trying to fix it. Hopefully over the weekend I'll figure out what's going on. Test drive. Talk a little bit about our test drive that's coming up in a couple of weeks, I guess. All right, so if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. And please read it carefully. We are a generation of reading skills which are lacking, in my opinion. So read what it says. It starts on August the 9th, okay? And it runs to August 20th. Those are 10 trading days that you'll get. It'll cost you $11.11. For the 2 weeks, that is 10 trading days. It starts on August the 9th. You cannot start earlier. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. Okay, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. So don't expect to get data until August the 9th. So please don't bother our support people saying, hey, I just signed up, where's my data? trying to be emphatic about that because it's, it just takes up so much time for our poor support people having to answer. If you read the email, that's what you read the instructions, that's what it says. Okay? If you have our standard service, you can also sign up for the 1111, and you can try out the premium service for those 10 trading days. And here's the other thing, to please listen carefully. When the test drive is over, it's over. What I mean by that is there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We do not put you into a subscription automatically. Okay, it's over, it's over. Of course, we'll have a nice promo code if you do want to take out a subscription. You're satisfied that you like what you see. So there will be a promo code, but don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. Okay, so that's the test drive. It's a good opportunity to try us out for 10 trading days. Now, my homepage link. So I put the link in here. No, so that's a good question. So Tom asked if there's a gap between the test drive and then when you subscribe, if you do take out a subscription, will you lose your scan settings? As long as you save everything that you did during the test drive, if you save it to the cloud, all right? And then if you decide that you want to take out a subscription, as long as you use the same email that you use to sign up for the test drive, everything you did will be there. Okay? Is that clear? So you just save everything to the cloud, and then just use the same email. So it could be a week later, it could be a month later, it could be 2 years later, as long as you use the same email. So my homepage tab is always available. Oh, well, the homepage tab is here. The link is always available from my homepage tab all day long. Okay, but when you do click on my link right now, this is what you'll see. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. This is all in caps, Barry 4 Alpha, numeric 4, but excuse me, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Again, listen carefully. Okay. We have 4 plans, an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual premium would be $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard will be $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to take out an annual subscription. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Here's when you have to listen carefully. So $118 and $228, that's what you'll pay. You will get a discount off the first month using that promo code. First month only, okay? If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. That's the other question that we get so many times. Hey, I got a discount on the first month. Why am I paying more? The discount's only good for the first month. If we offered a discount month to month, why would anybody take out a monthly or an annual subscription? Okay? More information from my homepage. Trade of the week, which is working okay this week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Free service. I do a stock of the day video around noon Eastern. Free service. If you want my scans, obviously you have to be a subscriber. If you want my layout, here's my layout. Okay, the layout that you see. Other scans that I've created. But obviously you have to be a subscriber to have access to these. And then another free section. So the 20 lessons, if you're new to trade ideas, I would really recommend that you take the lessons. It shows you how to, what top lists are, how to create them, alert windows, how to create them. You know, all the basic features that we have. All right. Daily support session. So I take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I think today is going to be Chris. Andy's on vacation, so I think Chris will be doing it in the YouTube room. And before I take my break, I'll pop the YouTube link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, free. Now, these educational videos, I probably should spend a little more time on this. You know, we've got all sorts of educational videos, including, you know, the getting started with trade ideas. All right, so there's a lot of good information here. Okay, so here are the educational videos that we've got. And if you're brand new to trading, brand new, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, this is a 36-part, very short videos. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Okay, so I think it's an excellent way to, you know, get introduced to trading. And we have some trading ebooks that we created. All free, everything is free. And I don't, so there's a lot of information in these two sections. So as I say every time, save my link, because then you can take a look at this whenever you want. Where can you see the trade of the week on Monday? Just subscribe to it, okay? I mean, this week's was Kroger. But if you go to my homepage where it says trade of the week, all I have to do is just subscribe to it. And you'll get it every Monday morning before the market opens, okay? So again, click on my homepage tab, click on the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see, and trade of the week, sign up for it right here. Okay? All right, now just briefly, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. This is an example of a scan I put together. It's called Basic New Highs and Lows. Just take a quick look at what I'm looking for in that scan. Stocks between 1 and 20, current volume is 4. That's a powerful filter that we have. It means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. 400,000 shares minimum, up or down 4%, etc. Okay? These are, you always start off, when you create your own scans, you always start off with filters. You got to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So then, if a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks. Okay? Now, with Trade Ideas, you do not have to know or learn a programming language. We've created what we feel are enough alerts and filters that for the absolute majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. Now, I'm sharing all my scans, of course. So when you're starting out, you can either take my layout, you can take a look at my scans. You don't have to, but in that fashion, you don't even have to know how to build them from scratch. Now, if you looked at this basic new highs and lows, and again, the context is always right-clicking. And we're just hung up a bit. Okay, right-click, configure. Okay, so this is always the context when you right-click and configure, and then this box will pop up. So you might look at this and go, well, I like the idea, but I don't like the price range. That's fine. You just change it. You know, 10 to 60 or 10 to 20, okay? And notice, summary, now it's 10 to 20. So, I mean, of course, you know, this is what I like, but it may not be what you like. I don't want to do that, of course. So I'm just going to cancel out. The other thing we have is a channel bar. So if you click on New, all of these channels here that you see are all theme related. Click on the Momentum channel as an example. And you could take a look at this. So there's Apron showing up in the Momo channel. Okay, as an example. So if you like this, you know, again, context, right click, configure, summary. You take a look at what the filters are, what it's looking for. So stocks satisfying these filter requirements makes a new, and it makes a new high for the day. You get a real-time alert. But again, you may want to change the price range. So what you can do is, if you make a change in the channel and then you come back, your changes are not saved. The reason for that is because these channels are for everybody. Okay, so the fact you might want to make a change to the price range, not everybody wants that same change. So what you can do though is you can take a look at a window, a scan within a channel, and you might say, I like this one. You can always right click and save it to the cloud. You can save it as it is, or you can make a change and then save it to the cloud. And I'll explain why. Then you go into another channel, stock surging channel. You know, the action is heating up. You might like that one. You save it to the cloud. So you see what I'm doing is we've created everything here for you. You don't have to know how it was created even when you first start out. And then, if you start off with a blank slate, you have our toolbar and that's all, then you can start creating your own layout. File, load from cloud. Say I have Momo is up here. You load it. And you could take every one of those ones, every scan from all the different channels that may have appealed to you, and load them one by one, thereby creating your own layout. Okay? So we try to make it very simple. I want to talk about this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is only available if you are using our app, if you're the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. I'm going to pop this link in, the Brokerage Plus link. All right, there's the Brokerage Plus link that I popped in. Brokerage Plus link has 2 videos. The first video, short video, shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade your account if you have an IB or E-Trade account, okay? But if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you can't use this little feature we have. That's all it is. It's a feature. It's an option. Not mandatory to use, even if you have an IB or E-Trade account. Okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use the window, Brokerage Plus window. So again, there are 2 videos here in that link. Now the other main reason for this is to use as a simulator. For those of you who are new to trading, and there are a lot of people new to trading, you can use our simulator. Our simulator works off our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. It uses our real-time data. I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. Trading is not easy. Okay, it requires a lot of time and effort. Look at Codex coming right into that 200-day, guys. So our simulator is very easy to use. You just click on an alert, the symbol will show up, pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, You click the buy button. Most of you are gonna go long stocks. You're not gonna short, so just click the buy button, and it'll show up. So let's just take a trade just to see how that works. However, what I want to do, I'd like to demonstrate how you can, a lot of people like to take pullback trades. Let's say you wanted to take CODX, but you don't want to take it right now. You know, if it pulled back down to maybe 1032, you want to take the trade right down here. So you pick how many shares you want to trade. I'm going to put 1032, both boxes. I'm going to click the buy button, and you'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. So if CODX comes down to 1032, it'll take the trade. Now, if you don't want to take the trade anymore for some reason, maybe the market's really turned against us or something's whatever, for whatever reason, you just go to orders. You see the order is there. You just right click and cancel it. So I'll keep it in there just to see if it happens. Again, this is in the simulator. Okay, now let's take a trade. Okay, now would I take this trade right now? Probably not. I mean, it's you know, it's a little bit extended. I also look up here. I probably a lot of resistance. You know, 460. Okay, but I just want to demonstrate how you can take a trade and the concept of placing a stop and money management. So I'm going to take 500 shares of this, and I'm going to explain why. I'm going to go into the market. I mean, the spread is not terrible, so I'm going to buy it right at the market. So I took the trade at 444. I'm going to put a stop at 424. My opinion anyway, I don't teach trading so much as maybe in this aspect, money management, but when you get into trading, you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You know, you just can't let something, get into something and just hope it's going to work for you. You know, not all trades are going to work, so you have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. How I determine a price, typically I'm looking at a chart, looking at where I think a support area is. So if it broke down through that support area, you know, I'm going to get out of the trade. It's only going to come with, looking at a lot of charts, sizing up things. You know, it's only going to come up with with practice. That's what I'm saying. It's going to take a lot of time. So once you get kind of, a little accustomed to, okay, I think this is a good stop area, is where I should be out of the trade if it's not working. That's the first concept. Second concept, it was, okay, how many shares should I take? Well, if you have $5,000 in your account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. All right, so let's just say, this is why I'm trying to make the math very easy. If I can risk $100 a trade, then what you do is, here's my entry at 444. My stop was 424. That's where I place it to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm going to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. So it's a bit of a rounding here, 97.50. So two concepts, a stop, and then, okay, if it doesn't work, how much do I want to lose on the trade max? What's the max I want to lose on the trade? So again, if it moves down to 424 and I allow myself to be taken out, I'll lose $97. Well, it'll probably look at like $100. Okay? So first concept, placing a stop. Second concept, where that stop is, the difference between your entry and your stop will dictate your share size when you divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk per trade. And then the next, maybe the most important, is obeying it. Because, I mean, it's hard sometimes, especially when you first start out and you get into a trade, you're all excited, your first trade, and it starts working against you. And it's hard, to obey your stop. You start second guessing. Maybe the stop was too tight. Maybe, I looked at the chart and I thought that's where it should be, but I've read so many great things about this company and the press release today, and people are chatting about it, and it should go up. So instead of obeying your stop, you start moving it down, 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 and so now Come on, move. There we go. And you start moving it down, so that $100 loss maybe starts turning into 200, but even then you don't get out of the trade. And then 300, 400, 500. Finally you throw up your hands and you get out of the trade with a way bigger loss than you should have. So again, that's so important, money management. Now you can counteract that by leaving your stop in place. If you have IB or E-Trade, you can use our charts. Otherwise, your broker will have a way of doing the same sort of thing. Okay? So, practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, Trade Ideas is a scanner. Okay, that's what we do really well. We can put together scans for the most part that people want to see. You can create your own, of course. I've created my own, but they're ideas. They're not, I get an alert, I pile into the trade. Okay? They're ideas. That's all they are. Yeah, you can take after-hour trades. Yep, Dova. But you have to go in what we call limit trading. You can't go in at the market. You have to pick a price to go in. Same thing in the pre-market. The other thing about the simulator is if I don't exit this trade by the end of the day, and these are hotkeys by the way. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I just flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, click half. If I want to double my position, so these are some hotkeys that we have. Okay, if I leave this in, if I don't exit by the end of the day, then it will carry forward, and that's how you can practice swing trading. Meanwhile, what is the market doing? So we had that 45 minutes up, we had that big red candle. Let's see what's going to happen now. So now we're starting into, it depends what happens from here on, but the chop phase, up, down, if this goes up and then down, up, so we can get maybe a bit of a choppy market. Nothing happening in my option scanner. All right, guys, I'm not really seeing too much. I have my thumbnail charts I'm kind of looking at. Don't see too much happening there. WERN is an earnings play, and it is trying to go positive. It had a big, look at this, 43, back up, popped on, or tacked on $2. It's an earnings play. So, a word, look what's happened here. So, look at the APRN. In this sort of a market, now, if I had really taken this trade, I would have been very aware of that. You can just sort of see what happened. It got up to 457. What do we see here? 468, we see 470. So it's getting in right to that, support, that resistance area. So if you were taking that trade, earlier, you should be aware of this area. That's where it could stall. It stalled, a few pennies underneath that, but that's where it could stall. But also, notice right here, this is what it's, see this max P&L? Had I got out of the trade at the absolute max, right at the top here at 458, I would have been up $57. Now I'm down for $27. Now that's, it's not terribly dramatic, but imagine though if that max P&L had been like $200, $300, $400, and then you allow this to happen. Obviously, as a trader, you should not allow that to happen. So I mean, yes, in the simulator, it's play money and all that, but treat it like it's your real money. Treat it like, well, what would you do? Okay, you're up $400 in a trade. You're not just going to let it keep sliding down on the hopes that it'll just rebound. Okay, so don't want to let something that you're up a lot in turn into something you're not as much in, or even worse, turn negative on you. So this is your job now, is to keep track of this. The other thing is, if I exited a trade, you'll see that I love this distance on the exit price. This tells me, well, how good was my exit? All right, because if I get out of a trade, what I want to see then, that distance from the exit price, I want to see a big negative number. That's going to tell me, wow, okay, you got out at the right time. If it's a big negative number. You don't want to see a big positive number. That means, wow, I guess I sold too early. Okay, but I mean, that's practice, 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 practice. Not easy. Trading is not easy. And here's the other harsh reality. You can't make money in the simulator, forget about it. Okay, just forget about it. But the caveat is, even you can make money in the simulator, doesn't mean once you start trading live that you're going to make money. Once you start trading live, your emotion, it becomes really sometimes hard to maintain discipline. Emotions come into it. But I almost guarantee if you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trading, okay? All right, guys. Well, nothing happening in the AI, nothing happening my option scanner. Really, it's been just not a lot of things trending. Not like we had on Tuesday and for the things that I look at. Okay, people are going to say, "Well, look at this one; it's trending." Absolutely, I'm sure there are. It doesn't mean there are none. Just the stuff that I look at, I'm not seeing a lot of great trend plays. Well, typically my favorite day is a day that gaps down and then kind of recovers all day. That doesn't have to be all day, but maybe for an hour or two, because you get a lot of bounce plays. You get a lot of stocks that are bouncing off the bottom. I mean, I sort of joke about it. That it can turn into my favorite day. But, look, nothing. I was hoping we'd get some bounces on the option scanner, just not getting any. Very, 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 very little activity. So you get a day like this, just, don't try to force trades. Some days it's just, for me, I mean, the same way, I'm just like any other trader, I don't want to force my trades. Well, okay, here's IFMK, guys, IFMK. Nice. Wow, look at the volume that just came in. Low float. Volume just came in. I don't see any specific news on it right now. And this is shortable. William, this is shortable. I'm sure you're aware of it. I'm not saying to short it. William loves to short these. Now, it's taken out this high right there. So let's see what happens here. But again, this is an alert from Trade Ideas. It doesn't mean, oh great, I got an alert from Trade Ideas, take the trade right now. Of course not. No, this is ripping higher. I don't see, just looking to see if there's going to be a news pop in here. This could get halted. if it has one more burst up. Does it really? MRIN? Really? Very few companies release earnings after hours on a Friday. Is that what we have too? Post-market? Really? Yeah, you're right. Very few companies. And it's a U.S. company. I'm surprised. Very few companies release after hours on a Friday. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing anything really that I want to. In terms of this, in terms of the shorting, yeah, absolutely. You pound that. If you know, again, my struggle is okay figuring out where that's going to happen, but so how do I answer a question like that? If you have one massive trade a day that makes money, I do that. if you can do that consistently. There's no answer to that. I mean, depends on your psychology. You know how you are. I am somebody, even if I was never what I would consider a super active trader. There are some that take 10, 20, 30 trades a day, even more. I was always somebody taking maybe 4 or 5 max, even if I weren't moderating a trading room. So I mean, it all depends. I mean, some people love the action. Got to be in a trade all day long. In and out. So yeah, and listen, guys. We have this stocks only, and that is specifically for a specific stock to talk about. Everything else is probably off topic. Okay. And tech support is, you know, I may be able to help a little bit, depending on what the technical issue is. Ooh, okay, guys. Well, this is going to turn into, I mean, it depends what happens here. If this pops up or moves down, I mean, this is starting to turn into a bit of a chop fest. All right, apron right back up. Nice little move here. I mean, if you were in this one, though, again, you got to be totally aware of this 466 area. Deficient or delinquent? What do you mean by that exactly? I mean, you can create your own symbol lists and put them in if you know what they are. There's no custom filter. So give me an example of one, Spanky. No, in that case, no. You're talking then a fundamental. No, there's no way to do that. You're talking about a fundamental. Yeah, there's no way to do that. I didn't even know something like that. I mean, I know the term, but I see. For me, I don't care if a company has bad news surrounding it. Have lawsuits against it, as you call it, deficient, delinquent. I really don't care. All I care about is, on any given day, something like this can happen for whatever reason, and you just take advantage of it. Yeah, intraday does not matter much. So, so I mean, if I were going to swing this one, I mean, let's we'll play the pretend game. I wouldn't, but let's just say I wanted to swing this one. Then maybe that's when I examine it a little bit more. What about this company? I see, all sorts of super negative news about them. Okay, maybe that gives me pause. But certainly intraday, it doesn't matter. No, I'm sure he knows what it is, Greg. He just wanted to know, is there a way to somehow have an alert that will prevent, or a filter that would prevent that from seeing it? And nothing that we have, no. No, no, that's good. No, listen, one of the great things about this room are people willing to help others. So, no, that's okay. All right, CODX. Let's see if this is something interesting Real's talking about. If the top is in, well, it looks like it is. Oh, I see. You posted that at 10:46. Okay. No, no, because that requires some kind of a filter, Spanky. So no, it's just not going to happen because that requires digging into, as Greg said, the SEC filings and all of that sort of stuff. It's just not going to happen. Only thing I traded was Maxer, MAXR. That's the only thing I traded. Oh, I'm sure IB has it. Interactive Brokers has it. Your broker, of course, will have stuff like that. But as a filter, I just don't. I just don't see our ever having a filter like that. Yeah, look at this guy. So we had that 45 minutes look interesting, right? And then we had that big red candle, and now we're proceeding down again. So I'm actually, I actually added the option scanner, unusually strong options down. I'm not getting anything there either. So sometimes, guys, and look, don't force a trade. You can't see anything you like. Don't trade out of boredom. What is no cross trading? I don't know. Yassine, I have no idea. I don't know what no cross trading is. Maybe you can expand on that a little bit. I have no idea what that means. So what should start working though are the topping plays. So you get the odd stock like a Codex, okay, that is moving higher and higher and higher, not really, worrying about the market too much, but then, eventually stock, but look what the market's doing. So we might see a lot more plays like that now, stocks that are got a little bit parabolic, and now the market is going to help to move down. Oh, yeah, I'm not familiar with. I don't know. I've never come across that. So Homer is giving you the definition. I don't know if we even have that in Canada. To be honest, I really don't know. No, I know, King. I have a problem. I'll just put this in again. Okay, yeah, I've got a problem, and I don't know the software well enough. It's not evident exactly how I can, and I just couldn't spend the time trying to figure it out. So hopefully, once the market closes today and over the weekend, I'll figure it out. Talking about projecting in YouTube, and it's only seeing, I think, this part of my screen. I know it sounds crazy but the software I use, it's not 100% evident how to fix that. Well, MTTR certainly was active yesterday. But Kang, you can always come to the main trading room if you want. Whoa, okay, we got one. Let's see what my tech is doing. MITK. All right, so this is an earnings play. This is coming from the option scanner. In theory, this should be awesome. In theory, okay? It's a lifetime high, okay? So there's no resistance. Let's just see what happens. Can it take out 22? The market doing what it's doing, but, it is trading on its own. It's not following this on the SPY. 22 may be a bit of a, that whole number. It may stumble there. But again, it has no resistance because it's an all-time high. So let's just see what happens on the MyTech. So again, you get that in the option scanner. Doesn't mean, okay, take the trade. For me, it's going to have to take out that whole number. Now I'm going to put an alert around 2206. Again, it doesn't mean I take the trade at 2206, but I do want to see if it can clear that whole number and then see how well it maintains over that whole number. And then hopefully maybe get some volume to keep pushing it higher. Now, if it stumbles a lot at that whole number, it could turn into like a mini short. All right, so this is an IPO that launched just a little while ago, about 30 minutes ago. TRKA just got halted. TRKA. Troika just got halted. Okay, and there's actually new. Oh man, do we have to read this? Okay, guys. So this is an NFT play, non-fungible, one of the non-fungibles. Okay, token. Sorry, and I forgot what the T was. NFT 360 TM, a mobile app to help users master cryptocurrency and NFTs. Okay. So there was actually some news that launched this one. Now, whether that's going to keep going, it's halted right now. Yeah, so Jason, I have a problem projecting today, okay? So I can't fix it. So nothing I can do about it. Yeah, I mean, no, there's nothing I can do about it. I just have to figure out how to, this software it's a third-party software, so I'm just not sure what happened today. No, it won't be, Kang. The other people take over. They're probably not having the same problem. They'll display their screen. Anyway, I just don't understand what happened, and I'd have to spend a lot more time trying to figure it out. So I just didn't have the time. I mean, this is almost turning into a short, guys, the MITK. Okay, so now I'm going to flatten this trade, okay? I'm going to flatten out of that apron trade, APRN. Okay, so it just took me out of the trade. So the max I could have made was $77. It did, remember, it came right back. It got up here. The max I could have made was $77. I exited in the simulator for $35, okay? Now, this was just to show you how you do all this. Now, the interesting thing to follow, or the column to follow, will be the distance from the exit price. Distance from the exit price. What I want to see, if you're truly trading something like this, is a big negative number. Why? Because that would mean that wherever I exited, it's way below the price I exited, which is exactly what you want to see, of course. So this is these three columns right here, a bit of a gauge to show you how good are your exits. All right, let's see when this is going to open. It just opened. Troika just opened. TRKA just opened. And at the moment, it did not pop off that halt. 257. It was halted at 254. It did not pop. Now let's see if this can pop up. I have a bit of a distaste for this NFT sector right now. Well, not right now, for the while. It was really exciting. It was really exciting this month. What month was that? In March. Really exciting. You know, with TCAT and all. But look what's happened. I mean, it's a bunch of nonsense right now. All right, so this one is maybe getting ripe for a short. HLIT. Now it had the little pullback here, a little pop. Look at the volume that came in. HLIT. Earnings next week, I guess, unless they released. Doesn't look like they did release earlier. So it has earnings on the 2nd. I think is that Monday? Yeah, so they have earnings on Monday. So in advance of that, starting to move. But I'd be looking at this as a potential short. I mean, there's the high 3 months ago, 920. You know, I always think that 9, that whole number, could stall it easily. Tons of shorts available, 4.8 million at Interactive Brokers for HLIT. Keep an eye on this HLIT. I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be, even if it falls. I mean, there could be pretty decent support right here at 876, so that would be my issue. You know, I wish it were more like straight up on that 5-minute chart and without that little area here. Guys are talking about Blink. Or Bridgeline, sorry, I thought it was Blink. Now that's very different from the other one. I mean, there's hardly any, in theory, 616, there's a support area. Give me a moment here. Yeah, so the count in this particular case, I mean, it depends on what alert you're using, okay? In this particular case, the count, it's telling me that HLIT just made 53 new highs, okay? So that's the count in this particular case because that's the alert. If I had a 5-minute, if my alert was a 5-minute high, then, it would refer to how many new 5-minute highs has it made. But that's what it refers to. So you look at AHPI, at 10:18, it had made 304 new highs. So obviously AHPI, if it gets back up here, then it will have made another new high, so that should turn into something more than 304. So it's just another way of looking at momentum. Okay, you get a high, stocks making new high after new high after new high. Well, it's just another way of looking at momentum. Yeah, or new lows. I mean, depends on the alert, but yes. Again, only if you're using, your alert itself is a new high alert, okay? If I had another type of alert, like a new 5-minute high, then it would count the new 5-minute high, okay? But in this particular case, yeah, it's counting every new high. So obviously, this one, the AHPI 304, man, I mean, it was just ripping higher and higher and higher. I'm assuming he's kidding. How can we encourage more volume? I'm assuming he's just kidding. Well, guys, HLIT, is it still hanging in there up here? Well, it's starting to drift down a little bit, but I just look, I don't know how dynamic it'll be. I just think this might hold it. It may not, 875. But HLIT is definitely, well, it's not over the 5-minute Bollinger Band. There it is right there. It's not over that, but I think it's over the 30-minute channel, or just touching it. Boy, this is a tough day, guys. I'm already getting any new alerts. There she is. Good dog. Good girl. It's probably using 20 and 2. Probably. Which is, I think, standard. I think that's what I've got on here. Yeah, 20 and 2. I think that's kind of the standard. You can put it on our charts. If you're using our charts, you can use it on our charts. All right, I'll look at TCAT. I just was showing it before. Yeah, okay, it's okay, some volume coming in. Maybe, with the Troika. This is a shortable one too. For me, at Interactive Brokers. Vanda on the way down. VNDA, I'm hearing. VNDA on the way down. Bad day yesterday. Continuation down today. But look at the 200-day moving average. 1598, not that far away. Will that hold it? I think they're bent out of shape. Some insiders sold. Actually, it was an earnings play. July 28th, so it was an earnings play. After hours. So that was the reaction yesterday. All right, well, market's just flattening out right now. So tech is down still, Dow's down. So remember the Dow had that little surge here. All right, guys, this is maybe an interesting one. B-Cell had a terrible day yesterday. Slapped right down. Trying to recover a little bit over the whole number. The high yesterday was 570, so it's got some room to the high of the day. Let's just see if it can continue. 28 million, so it's a fairly low float. Trading 2.5 times normal. All right, guys. So actually, this ARDX showed up on my option scanner on the way down. I just don't know how dynamic it could be on the way down here, though. I mean, it's going to go, well, it's gone basically flat after the flurry in the pre-market up to 2. But again, I just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. Is there an easy way to see all the recent alerts for a stock? Okay, well, how do I answer that? So Trade Ideas is an event-based scanner, okay? So, you create the event here, is if a stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, we get the alert. Okay, so of course we don't know what's going to happen on any given day. Now, when you say on a given stock, it really depends what you mean by that. I mean, give me an example of a stock. Okay, I mean, if I said, well, what are the recent alerts for HLIT? Are you talking about intraday, or are you talking about, over the last while? Because who knows what HLIT has done? I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, HLIT. So okay, if you're talking intraday for a given stock, we can always do a history of the alert window to see all the alerts that happen, if that's what you mean. But if the stock is not appearing here, it's not like you can say, well, what's the history and the basic new highs and lows of Apple, okay? Or some stock that, some other stock that's between $1 and $20, because it wouldn't have triggered. So, I mean, you can see the history of these stocks by just doing a right-click, history, and then today. Okay, if that makes sense. But if it's not, if it hasn't appeared here, then obviously you're not going to see. So you can't just say for a specific stock, what's the history? Oh, okay, so does that answer your question then, really? Okay, good. Now, if you have a super active window, you'll see sometimes if you have a super active window and you do a search, it can only fill up so much, and then you'll see more. You'll see more as an option, okay, and then it'll keep filling up. Well, it may be the engine, but that's why I was trying to ask him if he's looking for a specific stock. I was saying, you guys confused me. I thought you were shorting this one, the blend. Okay, if you are talking about a specific stock, I can give you something What time is it now? 11:33. I can give you something you can play around with. So it's the stocks like this template. Okay, so you notice here I've got a lot of filters on top. These are all filters. All these columns are filters. You can add any filter that you want. These are the ones that I've got up here. So if you wanted to see, for instance, and input a stock. Now you have to pick a trigger. You know, it could be a new high, new low, new 5-minute high, whatever that trigger is going to be. But you can right click on it, configure, and go to symbol list, and then single symbol. And then you can type your symbol in. Okay. So if I wanted to see Blinn today, every time it made a new high, okay, so this is what I would see. You know, overwhelming, right? But this is what I'm saying. I might not be able to see right to the bottom, but so 9:30, Blinn made a new high. 9:54, 9:54, and here are the filter values that happened when Blinn was doing all this. This is kind of how people who get very industrious build a scan. You know, they take a symbol that they think, wow, I'd like to see stocks that are similar to that, and build a scan based on it. This is advanced, okay? This is not for everybody. And so you can kind of see what the filter values were, you know, at the time of each one of these new highs that were made. Now, if your stock that you're looking at never made a new high or a new low for the day, you know, after the open, you'd have to pick another type of an alert, maybe a new 5-minute high, or, you know, something else. But anyway, this is how. So you could say, okay, where was the volume? What was the relative volume? You know, I mean, the relative volume is it didn't really get. I mean, the relative volume until it's not really that excessive. I mean, it's only 1.94 right now. But anyway, I'm just using Blinn as an example. Okay, so you might want to play around with this. Again, advanced topic, and you can put as many different filters. All these columns are just filters, and they just tell you what the values were at that time. So you could say, okay, I want to build a scan, and I want my minimum volume to be, because it was moving here, 350,000 shares. You know, but this is a bad one because the relative volume isn't that much. But you see what I'm saying? You could just use the filters that you want, put the minimum value in, and build a scan around it. So I'll give you this again, advanced topic. I don't use it. I don't even try to build scans anymore. Or I don't backtest scans, I should say. Yeah, so Dola, I have a problem with projecting today in our YouTube room, okay? So I can't do anything about it. I thought you were in the other room. Have at it, Bjorn. Fellow Scandinavian or Norseman. All right, guys, what time is it? 11:38. Okay, I'm just wanting to. I think it is Chris today. Yeah, it is Chris today. So what I'm saying is I'll take a break at around noon. Chris will take over for me in a YouTube room. His screen should be full, okay? Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys. Wow, HPI came right back up. And notice a new high. It was 340, now it's 341, that count. Okay? And it'll every time we wow, this is really just pulled back. Okay, just pulled back. Well, where could this go? I mean, here's the high. Looking left is 1154. So there is the high. Next high, or am I right? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. 1019 is the next high looking left. What did it get to? Got up to 990. This is not shortable for me. AHPI at Interactive Brokers, not shortable for me. Mike, how long did it take you to construct that one? Okay, let's take a look at GDYN and what is happening with that one. I know Zach was talking. Okay, so this is an all-time high. IPO back here, so it's been pretty. Actually, was this a SPAC before? Maybe not. Okay, I thought it was a SPAC. Just because it was around that $10 level, I thought maybe it was a SPAC. You're a funny man, Mike. Well, my goodness, guys, this is as slow as I've seen it for me, for the stuff that I look at, okay? Again, I'm not talking about, I know there's stuff happening, just slow for the stuff that I look at. Wow, should have turned around and shorted that AXL. Look at other stuff. Everybody's a comedian. Give me a moment, please. My headset is dying on me. Just a minute. Okay. Well, AHPI still looks strong. I mean, hey, if it takes out that 10. Man, I'm looking at my thumbnail charts. Again, not really seeing, just seeing a lot of chop. Now the market is starting to drift down. Remember, I was right here. It looked like we had a bit of a consolidation. 1, 2, 3, 4, about an hour. And now we're starting to drift down again after that first 45 minutes up. Starting to drift down again. Gotta think that shorts are going to, stocks that topped. All right, guys. Well, you know what? Axel actually appeared on the scanner on the way down. AXL. That's what I'm talking about. Probably a good day to have it. You got these two right here. So this is just the flip of this, okay? Just the flip. Flip, in other words, looking for stocks at the same sort of option activity, but just making lows. A Canadian voice. Yeah, that'll do it. That little note from Zach, that'll do it. Cause the market to drop somewhat. I'm sorry, Real. When you say after this pullback complete, you mean you could have a lot more on the upside? Or are you talking about continuing down? I'm trying to figure out what you meant by that. After this pullback completes, could have a lot more to move higher? Whoa, did it ever? Look, I mean, look at that drop in AHPI. I wish I had shorts for that. Wow. There's no such thing as a sure trade, Pierre. Okay, I mean all the composite rating is just it's a proprietary number that we've come up with. It measures the fundamentals and the technicals. The higher the number, the stronger the fundamentals and technicals. There's no such thing as a sure trade, though. Okay, I mean because I can find all sorts of stocks with 90 plus. Doesn't mean it's a sure trade. I mean, if you're looking for strong fundamentals and strong technicals, yeah, I mean, in theory, depending on market conditions, they could work, but there's no such thing as a sure trade. If that were the case, that's all I'd do. Okay, I would just look at stocks with 90. And there are a number of them, and just trade those, and that's it. Well, again, if you, yeah, I mean, if you look, let's just take a look, okay, Pierre, I'm going to show you, here's a scan I put together, a composite scan. Let's see if I think it's this one. Let's take a look. Wrong one. Okay. So these are all stocks 90 plus. So you go through each one of those, and you say, okay, is this a sure thing? Is this a slam dunk? I don't know. I mean, strong. I'm surprised it's not that strong fundamentally, but certainly technically, I mean, it's a stock making a new high. That doesn't mean, though, that it could just start to pull right back down to this level tomorrow, right? So, but I can give you this. You can take a look at the stocks that are coming up, and then you can make an evaluation yourself. Here's Tex. I mean, does this mean that this is just a one-day pullback, and it'll keep, stop here and keep moving higher? Maybe, but there's nothing stopping it from continuing down. Okay, so I'll give you this, and you can take a look at it, and you can adjust the price range, or however you want. But that's so I've put a minimum here of 90. All right, so the volume is 100,000 shares minimum. and between 50 cents and $50, okay? You can, of course, change it anywhere you want. And technicals. It's a combination, Pierre. Technicals and fundamentals. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Is U1, is it doing its thing again? U1? It is, and why doesn't it show up? The reason is that the relative volume right now is really low, so it's not showing up on any one of my scans. It's okay. I mean, and if you say, well, why don't you just reduce your relative volume so it would show up? I could do that. Problem is, I'll see probably 1,000 other stocks I don't want to see. So there's always the trade-off. I think this is an IPO, guys. Yes, Omega. OMG with an A on the end. So OMGA is just opened. Okay, guys. So I am going to put the YouTube link in. I'm going to be taking my break very soon. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to pop into the YouTube room, and then I'll take my break. Well, yeah, I mean, high score can be a great trade. Longer term, I would say, not so much of a day trade, okay? And if you're looking to day trade something with a high score, I mean, it may work. Don't get me wrong, it may work. I wish there were, I could say yes with the absolute certainty that anything with a high score like that, will work. Just give it a month or give it a week. I can't. Did that VNDA take out that? No, so it's sitting, look at this, guys. So look at VNDA sitting right on top of the 200-day moving average. What happens if it takes it out? Look out below. There's the 1598. It's at 1610. What did it get down to? It got down to 1606. Potentially, yeah. If you like taking stocks, Now, Pierre, you could do it the other way. If you're looking to bottom fish, just change that score to, say, a maximum of 50. Then those would be stocks that have been beaten up, and then maybe put stocks that are at a 5-day high. Maybe they're coming back. Make sense? Use the position in, say, 5-day or 20-day range. Put a low score, but maybe a stock is now trying to come back. Okay, he's streaming now. You were streaming now, Chris. Okay, I'll stop right now.
All right. Happy Friday, everyone. You got me filling in for Andy today. Doesn't look like an overly big crowd, 44 of you in here or so, but free for all Q&A. No content prepared for you, so start firing away with the questions. Yes, happy Friday, Kev. Clean up some of these charts of mine around here. And what are we looking at? What questions do we have? AMD. Hmm. Let's take a look here. Hey there, B. How are ya? AMD. That's pretty parabolic. Great cup and handle that broke, busted right out of. Exactly what I love. It's out of the price range I normally trade, but let's pull up the drawing tool and there's my EpiPen. All right, let's take a look. This is what I love to look for here. We could draw this a few different ways. But you have this here and that there, your cup, your handle, or more short term. Boom. That's what I look for on daily charts. That's how I trade actually, but out of my price range. But look at that, and broke that level. Great 2-day run right now. I wouldn't chase it, but if you're in it, congratulations. Manage your risk, manage your trade. Know what your target is, know what your stop is, all those things like that. All the stuff that traders do. But no, great looking chart there. Well, be careful falling in love with the stock. Don't marry stocks. That's how you get your heart broken. What else do we got going on here today? We got here. What's Holly doing? Interesting. What do we got? Semiconductors. It's a funny space recently, the semiconductors, I feel like. Which went double long. Neo went long twice, two different strategies. Pull back long, breakout long. Let's see. Better entry here by a few pennies. But a nice looking chart on the 15-minute there on that entry. Strong gap. Had a range. Broke the range, and there we go. Well, I don't sort on the relative volume. I sort, I think it's actually configured to sort change from close dollar. I'm really more concerned with, that's how it sorts on the server, but the actual display, the display sort is change from close percent. As far as entries go, it's just kind of a feel thing for me in the coming days. I'll be honest, I have not been using it very much while I'm looking at it, but it's not really returning me anything that I care for recently. I've kind of been day trading more for the last month, to be honest with you. I've been using Barry's option scanner, to be honest. I've been making a few good plays out of that. Swing trading wise, I just haven't found anything that I like, to be honest. There's nothing that interests me almost at all as far as what I look for. But my evening scan. Everything that's been coming up on it looks kind of like this here. I'm gonna guess this is gonna be, yeah. I mean, like if we look at it here on that 15, but now let's look at it on a daily here. Yeah, I'm not interested in stocks that look like that at all. No, it's just not my cup of tea. Not trying to, this is more of a swing trading scan for me, and there's nothing here that says, hey, take a long entry for a few days. Not when it makes big runs like that and collapses like that. This is gonna, continuously update anyways right now. Same thing here. Nothing interests me about that chart whatsoever. This is one that I've been interested in, but again, nothing swing wise has really got my attention, to be honest. Move some lines around here for fun. Um, Same thing. This had earnings the other day, so it looks like it got crushed on earnings and then bounces right back. So it's not been an easy environment for most of the traders that I know in general. I mean, I know if you were on Twitter, it looks like everybody's making $1 million a day, but I doubt it. So, but as far as the entries go, I'm looking at a few things. I want to see that the stock has remained liquid, into that day. The earnings aren't anywhere near it, and that it's continuing to look like it's going to pull out of the range that I'm looking for it to break on that 20-day range, more or less. Those are some of the main things that I look at there as far as getting an entry on that scan. Jump back around here and look at what Holly's doing. Why not? I actually took a trade in Holly yesterday. First trade I took from Holly in a long time. I don't remember the name of the stock. A mixed bag too here. I mean, a couple shorts, couple longs that are at the top of the list, and then a couple of shorts, couple longs that are at the bottom of the list. Oh yeah, share the option scanner, of course. I'm picky when it comes to the alerts that this puts out. It only puts out a few alerts a day, I would say. Um, there you go. But it's a day trader scan, that's for sure. So that's why I'm picky. I don't like things that are really really whippy. If it's, a stock under $10 and it's got a 5 cent spread, I'm probably not taking a really big look at it unless that spread tightens up. I'm not interested in getting beat up on a spread, even if it's just a few pennies. We got tan. Solars just can't get out of their own way here. For that huge run up at the end of last year. Massive run up. I mean, look at that. That's crazy. And give it right back, and now we're stuck in this range right there. Um, yeah, for whatever reason, she was firing them left and right yesterday, and that's why, if any of you have ever gotten me in a chat or whatever, I'm not a fan of Holly and automation. I do not hide those feelings. I don't think Barry hides those feelings either. If automation is something that you're looking at with Holly, I mean, my beef with it is you didn't create the strategy. It's not based on your trading plan, not based on your risk plan. So you're trading something that you basically had nothing to do with building. You're putting all your faith in someone else's work. Holly is great in many ways, but, man and machine. Um, there was some decent trades in it yesterday, but you managing the exits what made them decent. If you didn't manage the exits, if you weren't being a trader with those trades yesterday, you left money on the table on every one of those. The trade that I took from her yesterday, let me look at the history. Was this it? IEA? Yeah, so I traded this yesterday, IEA. Um, and I kind of managed the exit poorly myself yesterday. I got it just under $12. I sold a little actually right at the top, and then I proceeded to let it have that collapse. And in that collapse, I got out of it way down here instead of anywhere up in here. Um, you know, and it was a good trade for, let's see, 15, half an hour and 15 minutes you had in that trade. It's a good amount of time to be in a trade if you're day trading, and that was it. It fell apart. And if you go through these, let's say just about every one of these was in the money yesterday at some point. That was a great short. Oh, stop, Mike. See, I'm very, very mediocre at best. Very mediocre at best. But thank you for the kind words, Mike. See. So yeah, how many trades did she have yesterday? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. Yeah, it's a good amount of trades for her yesterday. I'll say that for sure. But like I said, first off, no humans getting every one of those trades. Uh, you know, where the man and machine and your ability reading charts comes in. Let me go back to real time. Yeah, look, I made some pretty great connections from TI, before I came to work for them, and if it wasn't for this company, I'd know nothing about trading stocks to this point still. So I'm very grateful. It's a pretty solid company overall. Let's Let's take a look if Barry's option scanner gave us anything today. I wasn't really trading today, working on some other stuff. What do we got? Nope. Two stocks. Yep. Reset my connection. Uh-oh. There we go. The charts were loading on another screen, but they're not loading on this screen for some reason. So yeah, no, nothing doing there. I mean, a quick flash in the pan and goodbye. And this is a semiconductor, if I'm not mistaken. I'd been taking a look at this for a while. Never pulled the trigger. I don't understand. Charts are not loading on one screen and loading on another. So yeah, same thing. Caught it right at the top. What does it look like on a daily? Yeah, busted right out of a range. But, you know, it's at up $1.79 to this point still, so can't exactly ask for a whole lot more there. Love that though, right there. So that's something that we're gonna use the my liked, and I'm gonna put that on my liked and watch that going into next week. Although actually I'm on vacation next week, so I won't be watching it next week. But wouldn't mind seeing consolidation coming back from vacation next week on that. Let's see, TAOP. What do we see on TAOP? Oof. Tough one right there. Ooh, and you traded the open on that? No thanks. Yesterday, I think Barry was talking about Lending Club yesterday. Mentioned something about it. Yeah, it would have been a tough one off that alert. You'd have been dealing with some whipping around here through that, but it paid off after a while. So free for all here, guys. I'm just rambling on. I don't have any real content, so just making it up as I go along, like I do with everything. MYPS. Nah, nothing great from that yesterday either. That'll be all we look at for that. That's the way it goes. I can say I certainly learn a few things every single day. So, um, I mean, to show you how little trading I've actually been doing, especially on the swing side here, I curate a list. I update it every day or two, and basically nothing has been interesting me to add to the list, and I've kind of left it dead. This is probably a horrible set of looking charts on my like symbols right now. Yeah. So, this was something I was trading way back when. Brazilian Airlines, ERJ, same thing. Well, ERJ's starting to perk up a little bit. Had earnings, I think, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I almost took a shot at it, but I wasn't convinced it could get above this line, and it didn't. It didn't poke above and hold it. So, how do you feel about the overall tech market after Amazon flush? I feel like, when you're playing those stocks, the Amazons and your Googles and Facebooks, you're playing against all the big titans in the space. Um, they're gonna whip people around, scare them. Um, I don't watch CNBC or any of those channels anymore, but the last that I watched them years ago, they're the only stocks that those guys talk about on there. So that's what they're all trading. That's what all these, big money managers and stuff trade. They're not really creative. So that's what you're up against. You're up against whatever mood they're in for those stocks. So, um, there's also a lot to do with, Bezos going to space and all that stuff like that. And, Google, are they going to be in trouble for censorship and this antitrust and that antitrust? And I mean, you could say that about any stock, but I just feel like when you get into the more smaller cap stocks, you get a little less noise as far as that stuff goes and more pure chart trading, to be honest. Just my 2 cents. The charts are always going to matter. I don't trade any of those things like that. They're just not my cup of tea. I prefer to keep things under 250 mil in the float if I'm trading. Not that I won't go above that, but it's just you know more movement in those stocks. So that's kind of my 2 cents as far as that goes. And I assume that whatever got sold in Amazon yesterday will be bought back over this quarter, because where else are you going to put your money? Walmart. I mean, those are really your two options. You don't have another option. Target's kind of a different. It's similar and different at the same time. I guess that's the next one that you could link into there. But if you're trying to be in that space, those are your two options: Walmart and Amazon. That's it. Can you quickly go over what the columns mean? Position rearrange, how to use for trading. Um, I mean, the columns, like positions and ranges. They're just giving you what the position is of that stock over that time period. How you use that as data interpretation. So that's completely up to you. There's no textbook that says, hey, you use a position in range like this or use a position in range like that. I can give you an example here of how I personally use a position in range. I like a 20-day position in range as I don't know I'm a swing trader slash swing scalper, more or less. So when I start to see that position in 20-day range break, that shows me that the stock has now some weakness on that. So this is an indicator that I use here, and it looks like kind of like steps going up. And that's a 20-day range indicator. I don't look at it as columns. I never look at the position range in columns. I use it as filters, or I use it as an indicator, but I don't look at the columns. I don't really care. Um, and ERJ is something I traded a ton, a ton, a ton, a ton. I've been trading it since last year, in and out, in and out, in and out. Um, I've been trading it since, I don't even know when. I've been trading it since in No, I haven't been trading it since last year. I've been trading it since the beginning of this year. I'm lying. I've been trading it since in here. I've had my ups and downs with it, wins and losses. But if you look at the trend is your friend, blah blah blah, all that stuff like that, you can see this is a low period 20-day range here that looks like it's steps walking up. And the thing that has taken me out of having much interest in it recently is when we broke that right there and came down here. Um, this already was like a pullback that I was skeptical of, that it's going to be weakness anyways. And then we continue to break the 20-day range down below. We've now, put that low in, but now we're stuck in this range here for the last week plus. And that's how I use a position in range. And, I use that position in range based on my trading style, my time frames, so on and so forth, Lance. So, I wouldn't look at a year position range. I look at a chart and where it has been over the year, but the position range in a year, as far as a column or anything, just doesn't have any, it doesn't have value to me like that, because it's not the way I trade. So, that's my 2 cents on that. Figure out what your time frame is, how it works, and then use the position range that we have closest to it for that. If you like to display it as a column, so be it. But I more use it as filters in the scans that I use so that nothing is going to show up that's outside of that position and range. I hope that makes sense. If not, if you have other questions about it, by all means throw them in here. That's what I'm here for. You'll just talk me into using Bollinger Bands this morning. The more you know. Yeah, I'm not a Bollinger. I really cleaned up my charts. In fact, I'm even thinking about taking off one more indicator on the charts. Right now on this chart that you see here is the most you'll ever see me use on a chart. This is the red one's an 8 EMA. That's a position low of 20 days. I'm lying. This red one is a 50 day. This is an 8 EMA, and this is a 20-day SMA, that right there. So there's 4 indicators that I have, and I'm even thinking getting rid of the 50-day. I don't look at the 200-day or any of that stuff anymore. 2 years ago I had every freaking indicator known to man on here. I found the more clean looking my charts are and the less scans that I'm running, the better my success is. Have you been following strength alerts closely? Find technical. Yes, I follow the strength alerts pretty closely. My issue with the strength alerts is that a lot of them are outside of the price range that I prefer to trade. I really try to keep it $30 and under. So it's like maybe one stock a week is on those. The other thing that I'm finding with the strength alerts is they've I watched Michael develop the strength alerts for months and months and months, and putting out the samples for us for all those months, and it was incredible how well they were doing. And then all of a sudden, when we went live with it, it's been a lot more chop on those strength alerts that has been in the market, and it's a funny market where we keep making new highs all time, and as soon as we do, we get this massive, well, I won't say massive pullback, but for for the market that has been, we'll call it massive. I mean, we haven't had a massive pullback other than COVID and since Brexit, basically, or since December of 2018. That was the last real pullback, other than COVID. So it's just a weird choppy market to try to hold some of this stuff long, and unfortunately, I don't know how all the algo works on the strength alerts, but it's finding things that are breaking out of big ranges. And it's yeah, these things break out of ranges along with the market. And then as the market pulls, it seems to have more of an effect on these than it did for, the months that it was being designed. So, as far as, the technicals, I would go off of whatever Michael's putting in the strength alerts channel. He is the technical guru around here. I don't read all of his write-ups on it, just not to cloud my brain on what other people are thinking on stocks and charts. Does Brokerage Plus kind of flake out, noticing sometimes positions don't show stops? Cam, I get people all the time that seem to have issues with Brokerage Plus. I have used it for years as a user of Trade Ideas and now as an employee of Trade Ideas, and I have never once had one issue with Brokerage Plus ever. Never. And that goes with me beta testing when we were beta testing the TD Ameritrade that we had to put up on hiatus. The only bugs that I ever saw in it was that. That is it. So Brokerage Plus has some limits on it, and people really like to push and test those limits. And unfortunately, I run into an issue a lot where I read the support files of people that are having issues. They tell me they were doing ABC, their files say something different, and then when I confront them on it, they're like, oh yeah, and a lot of information seems to get withheld on me when I'm troubleshooting these things. So it makes it hard to assess what's going on when people don't give me the full picture, and I've got to go digging for hours and hours in a support file to try to figure it out. I just gonna give you an idea of what figuring out a support file means, so you guys can get an understanding here of what I do. One of my main things that I do around here. I get things like this every single day from you guys. And just keep in mind that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of you sending things like this into me. And then I have to go and read all of this, why your strategy didn't work. And then some of the questions I ask, nobody has an answer for me about their strategy. And so, that's a whole lot of information in there for me to go over. Um, so, the only bugs that we've had in Brokerage Plus in the last few years is there was a bug where people in the UK, for some reason, there was an issue with a double up on an auto entry of their own strategies. This was 2 years ago. Um, and then IB made an update a few months ago that, of course, they don't tell us because we don't work with IB. Am I back? Do you guys have audio again? Okay, I think the audio is back. Sorry, I don't know what happened there. So I'm going on about technical difficulties here. So, um, the other thing that KM is okay. So if you're an E Trade, that it's an entire possibility. And here's our biggest problem with the E Trade link. Every single problem that we come across or user comes across is just that user. It's in a week we get 5 or 6 or 7 different issues that someone talks about with E-Trade, and not one of them are exactly the same. When there's a bug that's system wide, and all of a sudden you got 1, 2, 4, 500 users report it, that becomes easier for us to troubleshoot because it gives us a direction to look in, reproduce the bug, where did it happen from, and I'm speaking about all this from a trader standpoint, not a developer standpoint. Also, keep that in mind. I'm not a developer. But when the developers can reproduce the bug themselves, they can find where in the coding or the structure is the problem and go in and get a fix for it. And when only one person has the bug, it makes it really difficult to go through. I mean, you just saw what I showed you for code. That's just for Brokerage Plus files. That's one day of Brokerage Plus files. That's it. Can you imagine what an entire day looks like of running this software? So that's where, it starts to become tough to troubleshoot, especially with this E-Trade thing, because essentially E-Trade's API is broken. Their data doesn't work. It's faulty. They don't care. They have no interest in fixing it. It matters not to them, especially since Morgan Stanley took them over. So essentially, we had to go in and fix their API to make it work. So, but KM, if anytime you're having an issue, whether it's E-Trade or whatever, email us at info@trade-ideas.com. Say, hey, these things were happening to me. Send your support files in. If you're not familiar with support files, you go to help, send files to support, and just say, hey, I sent support files in. This was going on. Just want to make you aware I'm on the E-Trade and see if this has anything is a bug or anything like that. And we log it all. Every single one of them gets logged. We catalog them. We put them in an order. Nothing ever comes into us through the email or the chats or anything else, and we just say, oh, the hell with it. We don't need to pay attention to it. Everything gets cataloged, organized, and ordered. So that's where that all goes. 20-day position range is your entry point. I use the 20-day position and range more whether or not I'm keeping a stock on my list. Like I said, I use the my liked list to curate kind of what I'm doing more or less. I go through that evening scan that I often talk about. I do look at Holly at the end of days each day and see if anything that she did interests me going into the next day. To keep a short list of stocks that I'm interested in short-term swing trading, basically. But when they start to break that 20-day position in range, if they make if they've been making consistent new 20-day highs, that keeps me interested. When they break it, like ERJ had done, it came off the list. It recently came back on the list because it made the scan the other day, I believe, or maybe I was just lazy and hadn't taken it off. But like I said, basically the month of July, I haven't been swing trading one thing. Although I did enter something today. We'll see how that turns out. So, but I entered it in a small position, knowing that if I go on vacation, it's $0 next week. I just have to, work overtime for 1 week to make it up. Um, but that's more or less what I use that 20-day range for. It's my swing trading momentum indicator. And like I said, looking at this chart in ERJ here, you can see, look, it made this step up the whole way without breaking it for a very long time, for over half a year. And then finally it broke it back here at the beginning of the month. All right, which is basically when I stopped swing trading more or less recently. So again, that's kind of how I use it to indicate that I am still interested in at some point possibly taking a position or a shot in that stock. And again, it becomes one of those things that what works for you. Um, for some reason, an 8 EMA on every time frame coordinates with my eyes well as far as indicating some momentum, using the 20 SMA with it when it's branching out or spacing out to see if that momentum's picking up or closing down, and just more or less what I do. That's more or less who I am. The acronym KISS, keep it simple, stupid, because I can be really stupid sometimes. So um, smash the strategies. The other thing about smash the strategies too. Here's one other thing about Brokerage Plus. It's absolutely not made for high frequency trading, and it's especially not made for the type of high frequency trading where people are trying to micro scalp 1, 2, 3 pennies off the open and so on and so forth. Um, my spiel about that is this: when you're trying to trade against that kind of stuff, you're trading against people that are paying tens of millions of dollars to be literally 5 feet closer to the servers of the exchanges, because the speed of light matters. And they do not pay those tens of millions of dollars foolishly. Um, there's also limitations with Brokerage Plus in the sense of me being able to troubleshoot people. So if you've got 5 or 6 really active strategies loaded into Brokerage Plus, and you say, oh, this went wrong or this didn't go the way I thought it was going to, and I tell you to send me your support files, you're most likely going to get a message that says they're too big to send, which then starts to create other problems. Um, it also goes back to the saying, just because you can doesn't mean you should. You can load probably 100 strategies into Brokerage Plus, but is that realistic for a retail trader? No. Is that realistic for a hedge fund? Yes. So, it starts to come to things like that. What's realistic to do? Um, the real intent of Brokerage Plus, aside from having a clean interface to manage your portfolio from, as far as the automation goes, was to help people with strategies that weren't that type of micro scalping stuff, and make better entry and exit decisions, removing emotion from strategies that were well back tested and well thought out. And I think a spot that people get hung up in back tests is the equity curve, which is the biggest liar on the planet. um, you can have something with a great equity curve, and if you go to the daily drawdowns and draw ups, it'll have one massive day up and 30 days in a row down. So the equity curve was all based on one actual day. So those are things to keep in mind too when you think you got that magic strategy, which I've thought I had numerous amounts of times and did not. Let's see if I can find something that might. All right, this is something I back tested well a long time ago. I don't know if it will anymore. I haven't looked at it since February. But let's just for fun back test it. Open it up. I don't think we gave it any risk management or anything like that. Just gonna open it up and see if I can demonstrate what I mean by the equity curve versus the daily drawdown. Again, I'm sitting here rambling, so you guys have any legit questions, please throw them out there. Oof. Tough end to that one. But this is the tab that you want to look at here. Alright, you want to see a lot of that. You do not want to see a lot of that on the strategy. That's what matters when you're back testing. We could probably make this look a lot prettier by doing this. Cutting down those days, because it looks like it falls apart about halfway through. Guess not. Oh, that made it even worse. Let's see, something different here that I was working on. Again, there's strategies I worked on for weeks and months trying to backtest and come up with something that I could automate. I mean, you can see I got a lot of filters, a lot of stuff going on here from optimizations, and it's not easy. That's all there is to it. This thing backtested so well for so long, and then all of a sudden it just fell apart on me, and that was it. Same idea there. And again, look, this is horrible looking backtest here. You've got basically 2 big days that make that any of that equity curve almost look good, and then you've got, look at this, weeks of horrible outcomes daily over and over again. So backtesting's hard. Good backtesting is hard. Sign for test drive, login, still asking me to sign up. No, Grant, the test drive doesn't start till August 9th. That's why. When you're trying to log in, it doesn't see you as a user yet because your account isn't activated. It's a 2 fixed weeks period, August 9th to August 20th, Grant. You'll have access to the platform sometime after market close on next Friday. What time that is after market close, I don't know. Just keep trying until it lets you in. You don't have to sign up for anything else. You just got to wait till the software goes live for you. Yeah, that's Mike. See, you're looking at this here, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is semiconductor. I kind of just like think of Trader Stewie whenever I think of these ones here from Twitter. He always puts these long wedges out here like this, and he draws charts like this all the time. And you'll see, I could see all of this right through here that he could just picture how he would be drawing this whole thing. Um, that holds that gap. Yeah, and also where are we? I don't do I have a lift? Yeah, so you're at a lifetime high right now. You took out lifetime high today too, on top of everything else. So. Um, it's a space that overall I still like the semiconductors overall, especially chip shortages. BLIN. It's funny that you mentioned it. Sean mentioned BLIN earlier. Not that he would ever trade something like that, but he always finds these ones interesting to look at. What does that look like here? 15-minute chart. That is quite the run up. But here, it just kind of works this way for me with the 8 EMA. Touched it, boom. Touched it, boom. Touched it, boom. Pulled back to it, pulled right back up again. That's an ADMA. I mean, it just works that way for me. It's not a magic indicator. I know everybody has their magic indicator. It's not. I just happen to like it. Sorry, still didn't understand. Hat is a bottom indicator, and how would I add it? Uh, which bottom indicator are we talking about? Bill, which indicator are you talking about? Oh, look for. I don't know if you guys have it or if it's still in development or not. Go to indicators and go to multi-period low, and then I put 20 for the period in here for 20 days. That's the period. See if you have that multi-period low. That's what it is. And then of course modify the colors and whatever else you want to edit it from there. That's that one. But it's what I use in most of the scans that I use are 20-day range periods and intraday periods. Yeah, yeah. That's the one there. So like I said, right click indicators. I am on a development version, so I don't remember everything that we have and have not released to you guys yet. But multi-period low, and you should have that there. If it's available, it's there. Excellent. I thought you guys had it, but I wasn't 100% sure about it. So what else do we have going on? Did I catch everything? DXMC post-market earnings from yesterday. Nice. Did I do that right? DXCM. Oh wow, yeah, way out of my price range. Too rich for my blood. Look, breaking out of a major range right here. Look at this range that just busted out of all those months. All right, going back to October last year. You see that right here? Look, going back to October last year till broke that range. Boom, and then boom. Well, that anticipation, that's part of your risk management and chart reading and all that good stuff. And so that's where you could, someone that's looking at a longer time frame, that multi-period low that I was just talking about, or Bill asked about that indicator. If you had it over a longer period of time, you might have had that in as the low going all the way back to last year, and it never took it out here. So it's still technically, on a longer time frame. Okay, we answered that. We talked about SIMO. We talked about DXCM, sorry. The news be like the equity curve. Yeah, exactly. That swing test, it was something I worked on last year. That swing scan. It just, I let it go. I just couldn't get it to back test the way I wanted it to after, I put a really, really, really long amount of time into it, and it was like I could get it back test well for a few days, and then it would fall apart, and then it was good again for a couple of days, and I just I put it on the shelf. That was it. It was just something I was trying to do for a 2 or 3 day hold. I just never panned out the way I wanted it to, so that was it. I shelved it. If you'd like it, I'm more than happy to share it with you, but I can promise you there is nothing to it. It's just Just takes up space in my cloud at this point. Yeah, I can share it. I mean, I've got so much junk in here that, let's see, we'll give you the last version that I worked on. I mean, I get on kicks where I start back testing like crazy for whatever reason. Um, it's just fun to do for a while, but then I get frustrated like anybody else because you're putting a lot of work and time into it. I mean, I've countless nights where I was up all night running back tests and optimizing and tweak this filter, add this filter, take this filter away, change this time period, change this price range, and all for nothing. So at the end, I just do the scanning myself and looking at the charts, and I find that to be my way. Another semiconductor play. I was in and out of this for 2 days, but again, like interest me. You got a massive short growth on this. Got this big swath here. It would be nice if it started to cup and handle here, but this is a tough area to get through. It couldn't get through it, and that's why I got rid of it yesterday. So I got it on a couple day bounce. These are the things that I watch. I mean, that was a big, big run up. So we've been really range bound there for a long time now. And, a little whoopsie there. Well, now we ask ourselves if we keep this as the new low moving forward. Can it fight its way higher? I don't know. You got a lot of people betting against it. I'll tell you that right now. 268 or 62% short growth there. So that's the market that it's been. When the cookies are on the table, eat them fast because someone else may come and grab them from you. What else do we have going on? Fire 'em away. You got me for a few more minutes before Barry comes storming back in to take it back from me. You guys got quiet on me. This one's been whipsawed today, right? Yeah. Let's take a look. Oh no, not this one. What am I looking for? I feel like there's something I was looking at earlier from Holly that was all over the place. Guess not. I think I just made that up. This right here. Ask your questions. I'm sure at night you can probably come up with some questions. Write them down so you're coming back to them here. Um, if you can make the 5 o'clock webinars or 5 o'clock Eastern webinars, do those Monday through Thursday. Um, Wednesday's more of a showcase. Dan and Brad kind of showing what's coming down the pipe and all that. Um, Thanks, Kev. You too. Enjoy your break. Enjoy your weekend. Hopefully, it's a nice one wherever everybody is. Been hot and humid here in the Northeast. I could tell you that. But yeah, Michael, the 5 o'clock webinars is where I learned a ton. Barry in the room. Um, whether you're looking at the room from this broadcast on YouTube, yeah, you're very welcome, guys. Whether you're looking at the room on this side of the broadcast, or if you're logging into the other side through the through the website, our homepage, because like I say, there's two sides that we broadcast from, or two sides Barry broadcast from. So you're very welcome, Bill. Always happy to do these. I had a little, I had nothing prepared for you guys today. Sometimes I try to come with a little bit prepared, but generally what I have is just how I trade more or less. So um, I don't want to bore everybody that's in here all the time listening to my nonsense. Kind of interesting how you got two, well, really one symbol long and one symbol short are the leaders in the clubhouse right now for Holly. Oof, look at that chart. Yeah, here you go. Always happy to share. There's absolutely nothing special about this. It catches my eye. But like I said, the last month, literally this entire month, it has been trash. This scan for me, just absolutely horrible. But to give you an idea what I do with it, let's see if there's any examples in here. Probably not going to be right now. I use it after the market closes to try to find cup and handle setups. See if I can find any cup and handles for you right now. All right, so this is one that's kind of, although this is kind of on my no trade list, but what I look for is things like this here, that scoop and that scoop. So that's your cup, that's your handle, starting to break. But my issue with this one here is that right there. You got very little room to this here. But that's what that scan is, that's what that looks for. So give me a second, I'll get you a link for that. And like I said, I do this scanning after the market closes. Give it, 5 minutes for everything to settle. And I go through and I mark up charts. I put them on my liked list. Set some price alerts if they really, really, really interest me. There you go. That's a link for that, and I just call it my evening scan. I have some other ones, but they really I don't use them at all anymore at all. Um, and then I'll just go through what the scan actually is here. So if we go into configure, we'll bring up the window specific filter. And so I'm looking at stocks between 4 and 30 bucks. It's 20-day range. I want to see it 75% above the low of 20 days, so I know it's breaking out of a 20-day range. I also like to see it closing 75% above the low of today's range. Put a relative volume filter of 1 in there. I don't think that's a really important filter. It could be removed. It's not a big deal. But I want to see 750,000 shares that were traded today. Yeah, 750,000 shares I want to see traded today. So I know it's a liquid stock, and that means it'll probably have at least that kind of interest or somewhere near it for the next couple of days. That's really all that scan is. There's nothing special to it. It just finds stocks that look like that to me. Um, JMPR popping up there again. So like this kind of look here. You know where my eye goes. Just kind of what I see. Did was it BLIN? Did it fall apart? What did it do? What did it do? Fighting with that EMA there. Last minute questions before Barry comes. Must be something, somewhere, someone, somehow. says unable to load that scan. That doesn't make sense. Try that. HTTPM. See if that gets it. Did that work? All right, perfect. Good deal. What else do we have here? So this is one that I got returned from the evening scan actually the other day. Not as deep of a cup and handle as I like, but I liked it enough that I took a shot today. Like I said, I took a small position in it, looking for that wick somewhere in there. Maybe in the next few days into next week, I've got my orders in. Protect me upside and downside while I go out of town next week. I win, I win. I lose. But I traded the plan no matter what happened. And that's all I can do. That's all you can do. I'm taking a look, Holly, bouncing around here big time. She was, negative across the board here before, all red. Now she's all green across the board here on conservative, moderate, and forget about aggressive.
All right, Chris, I started to stream. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if we can both talk at the same time. And I may have taken over your screen, though. All right, guys. Well, man, oh man, I'm just a little disappointed in the option scanner today. I thought maybe we'd get a couple, at least one, but really nothing has panned out other than shorting those tops. Yeah, the screen is bad. I know the screen's bad. That's my challenge, to figure out why it's doing that. Well, you'd have to create a new, yeah, Rick, you'd have to create a brand new alert window. Okay? So, I mean, there's no, yeah, you can, look, you can find Marin and no problem, but you'd have to create another alert window. But you know what? I wouldn't get so hung up on it. So what? I mean, I know it's nice to see every single one of these, but we get so many alerts. One is going to slip through the cracks because of filters, and I wouldn't, because what's going to happen is, yeah, you can create another alert window. That would find Marin, and then you will probably see a lot of other alerts in that alert window, and you'll be clicking like mad on them all day long. So it's just, to me, it's just introducing a complexity that is not necessary. Just sort of say to yourself, okay, you know what? I've got some filters in place. They're fairly tough. I'm not going to see every single one that rips. If you did, I mean, look, if you're bound and determined, so you could probably take the one I'm sharing called Momentum Up, okay? Momentum Up, and get rid of that current volume. This will just, in fact, let me just show you, okay. I'll bet you any money this is going to show it. I shouldn't say any money. Just a pure momentum, okay? Pure momentum. But let me just see what this one shows. No, even this one. So if I took this out though, I don't know, I'll just take it out. I'll just take it out. I just want to see when Marin first started to pop. That's at 9:45. Yeah, so even in this momentum scanner, even in this one, even taking out the relative volume, I'm not seeing Marin, and that means that, even here. So let me take out this one. You see what's happening here? I mean, I can start taking out filters. And then I'll finally find it. I will finally find it, but I go back to 9:45 again. So even that, I wonder, let me just see for fun here too. I'm just having fun here, guys. I'm just trying to. All right. There. Okay. So, I mean, there's Marin right here. Okay. And over again. So I had to reduce these filters. I mean, I had to reduce in the momentum. I had to basically just make sure the last minute was 100% of normal. But look at all the other ones I'm getting that I may not want. Okay? So, I mean, I can create a filter. I can create something that's going to show this. And in fact, let's do the exercise. Pump and pump and pump for the EN. Let me just do this though. Okay, now let's take Marin and put it in here. This is the stocks like this. I'm going to put Marin in. Okay, and now I'm going to do a history today. And now we'll see the filters that would have triggered. You know, this is right at 9:30, okay? But what are you going to do? You know, I mean, the relative volume is so low, you can't have a relative volume there. So you'd have to start moving it higher. I mean, you can, if you take relative volume out, okay, fine. But, you know, the change from the close, if that's all you care about, something that's up 6% on, like here, for instance, you know, you look at this volume 1%, you know, nothing was even close to 1,000%. Well, until it got to here. But then remember, I had 500% in the 5 minute. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm doing here, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the filter values that happened for Marin all the way up as I kept making new highs. Okay? So I mean the filters weren't that tough. So yep, you can make a scan that'll have Marin in it, but you might see a lot of others that you don't want to see. No, we can't load that one, Diego. There was no criteria. I was just showing the filter values. Listen, if you want to take a look at something like this, you know, I can give this to you. This is advanced. No question, it's an advanced. You know, this is how people tend to try to build their scans. Okay, it's not the criteria. So, I mean, as Bjorn pointed out, I mean, there wasn't very much relative volume, you know, for it today, even though it was popping. And what I was trying to explain though is that I could build a scan for Marin, but I think it'd be useless because you'll see it, yes, but you might see 30 others that were useless, that did not do what Marin did. And so what you'd be doing is you'd be clicking on all those other stocks. Maybe you'd get lucky and only zero in on Marin, but you'd have 29 others or 50 others that weren't that good. You see what I'm saying? These were not criteria. This is just this was all this was doing. All this does is shows you the filter values. You know, every time a stock in this particular case was making a new high, it would show you, okay, this is what this is how that was a volume. You know, at 9:35, at 9:40 that was the volume, at 9:60 that was the volume. Okay, on and on and on. 9:60, 10 o'clock. And then not just the volume, but you know the gap, relative volume, the volume in 1 minute percent, you know, things like that. If you're looking for a Momo scanner, typically you're looking for something that has a volume burst. Typically. Are you using the web-based version, Brian? Or are you using our downloadable app, or are you using our web-based version? You're using the downloadable app. Okay. Give it to me again. Give me that scan. I'm not talking to you, Diego. Talking to Brian. Pop the cloud link in again, Brian, and I'm going to take a look at it again. At least this is keeping me interested. That's okay. Well, okay, well, if it's local, yeah, then it's really. I just want to make sure. I want to see where that volume slider is and all. But let me ask you this: are you getting a sound from it at all? You're just trying to change the sound. Are you getting any sound from it at all? If you're getting a sound from it, then there's some. It can't just be your local. No elegant way to do it all at once. No, unfortunately, Greg. I think on our new the new charting that I've had a glimpse at will probably allow you to do things like that down the road. But okay, please send me the link. I want to see. I honestly want to see. Send me the link again. No, I I will maybe down the road, but that will be way down the road. All right, let me take a look at this thing. Okay, so so you you've got text to speech. So when I gave you that, and you tried to play this, yeah, you've got text to speech enabled. When I gave you that, I'm going to do this again one more time. I'm going to put bomb in, okay? And play. Yeah, but you've got the audio level down here again. I don't know what's going on then. Okay, okay, I'm going to say okay. I've got the bomb. I'm going to give it to you again. Okay, take it. Take it. And then when you get it, right click, properties, actions, setup sound, and play. If you don't hear bomb, I don't know what happened. I don't know what else to do. Oh, I didn't read everything you said, Becca. I thought you were just. All I saw was fibs. Yeah. Okay. And are you trying to tell me every other alert window that you've got works fine except for that one? All right, guys, let's see, I'm getting some applause here. Not from me, but Tilray. Look at Tilray. So OSAT boom, as in boom up or boom down? Boom up. VRAR. VRAR. Yeah, it's getting some volume. It's fairly new. I guess this is a an IPO this month, or must be an IPO this month, I guess. Hood is really interesting, I have to admit. It's, you know, you just got to see if it can take out that. I know what Real is talking about in terms of the channel. It's early, second day, of course. Do you not have any charts, Sam? I mean, I don't mind looking at it for you, but are you not? How are you trading? I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart. I mean, it's at 9 right now. I mean, I see right there 922. I see right there 890. So 890 and 922 on the daily chart. How do you see 970? I'm just looking left on the daily chart. And so we're at 902 right now. On this day, it was 890. On this day, it was 922. This day being July the 23rd. If you see 965 or something like, or 970, you must be looking at a weekly chart. But even the weekly right there looks like 965. Oh man, VXRT, almost an all-day short. VXRT, almost an all-day short. I don't think. Yeah, I mean a little jog here, but other than that, just an all-day short VXRT. Well, guys, let's see if it takes out 37 for the Tesla for Hood. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, I'm now back. Probably not auto like, because I'm sure it's just open for the people in the test drive. Okay. I mean, it's just a random draw, but I think it's just for people who are taking the test drive. Tell you guys, if Hood takes out 37, I mean, it's it has a shot to get at least back to the IPO price. I'm sure they'd love to try to close it there. Yeah, just ignore it. I don't know what to say, Dov. We go through this every single time. It seems to be confusing. You sign up, and then it's. I mean, obviously, you don't have to sign up for trade ideas. Um, just send an email to or start a live discussion, and they can explain it better. I don't quite get it. I don't know why the sign up process. Every now and then, we do get people who say, "Hey, why is it taking me here?" Okay, but you're not signing up. You don't have to complete the agreement or anything like that. Go to the home page and just say, hey, listen, I signed up. Why am I getting this? Okay? But you don't have to sign up. I mean, I think what happens is you kind of create your password email, and then they send you an email, I don't know, a couple of days, 2 or 3 days before the test drive starts, and with your sign-in procedure. Look at Newell, guys. NWL is an earnings play. I sort of saw it in the pre-market, but it was just kind of chopping around. But look at this now. NWL. Okay, guys, WTER is kind of having a bit of a run here. And the next high looking left is 204, and then after that is 260. So let's see how well it holds over 2. And of course, taking out 204, it's right there now. What the ideal thing would be somehow some kind of a base. I know Real is going to say it's at the top of a channel. WTER, WTER. I'm looking at a 30-minute trading view. My issue with this, even if I want to short, I just don't think there's enough room. I think there could be some support right around here, 190 or so. But WTER. No audio? Okay, let me ask Mike. Mike C, you're there. Can you hear me? Or anybody in YouTube, can you hear me? Somebody's saying they don't have audio. Okay, so it's on your end, Michelle. No, that's what I thought. So the channel top is 205. Yeah, same. Yeah, so it's on your end. I know the video isn't great. I know it's only this portion of the screen, but you can still see the video, right, guys? Or my screen in YouTube. Just want to make sure it's not for everybody. I know it's only this portion. No, I'm talking to people in YouTube. Yeah, I had a problem with the screen with the projection. My projection software, Autolycus, um, and I didn't know how to fix it. I'm going to have to figure out how to fix it, and I didn't have time this morning. You know, I opened the rooms and have a lot of work to do before I get ready, and it just screwed up. And I have no idea what's going on with it. I have to delve into it a lot more once the market closes to figure out why it wasn't projecting correctly. It wasn't just a quick, oh, just hit this button and boom, it's unfortunately. So it's not the easiest piece of software to run. Well, then you have OBS. You know, all I'm trying to do is screen size it. You know, it's crazy. I'm sorry, guys. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, it should just say, you know, pick a monitor, and you know, do the entire monitor. It's very, very finicky about how to size within the monitor. You know, grab this end, grab that end, and anyway, I don't know what happened. So. Yeah, so I don't like what happened is actually it was when I turned it on this morning, it was showing another monitor, you know, not the one I want. And so I tried to switch it, and then it just first I couldn't find out where to even switch it to the monitor I want, and once I did, it wasn't showing everything like I want. So I'll figure it out, but I just couldn't figure it out in the pre-market. Okay, question. MVST. Let me take a look at MVST and I'll answer your question about the sorting. See, it's magic. Okay, Richard. Sorry, Richard. Can you hear me and can you see my screen? Make sure that as I'm going to demonstrate. Okay, so when you talk about the sorting, are you talking about, for instance, in this alert window here, where it's not repeating over and over, but it is telling me when Watts, as an example, made a new high at 108, and yet it's not repeating it over and over again? Is that what you mean? I have to know what you mean by. Yeah, so Autolycus, the latter did not happen, and I haven't done an update. It keeps asking me, but I'm okay. Out of the Momo channel. Now, are you talking? Okay, are you talking about out of our channels or mine? Are you talking about from our channel bar? I have to know where you're talking. Are you talking about in our channel bar, the Momo channel? Here? Okay. So low float winners. Oh, okay. Okay, so all topless windows have this sort feature, okay? Every one of these columns is sortable. And all you do is you double left click twice, okay? And now I'm sorting on the change in 2 minutes %. If I double left click twice on the relative volume, now I'm sorting on the relative volume. Okay, and from high to low. So it was sorted on double left click twice, and now it's sorted again back to it's changed from the close. So every header, every column header in a top list can be it's sortable. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna autolycus. I'm gonna copy that down. Alt when you drag the edges. Okay, I will try that once the market once I get out of here. Thanks so much. Stupid though. You'll just pick a monitor and say display it. Okay. Okay, got it? Okay, great. See, you can't see my screen. You can't see my screen over here. And that it's all weirded out. Well, you can see down here what's happening. I shouldn't be doing this now. Okay, I'll try to figure it out. I even go to frequently asked questions or whatever, but I don't know how to get rid of this. And that's what you guys are seeing. Yeah, it's weird. Actually, it's red. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to see. This is what these people on YouTube. This is what they're seeing. Well, not quite that bad, but and I'm trying to. All right, guys. So this is, guys. I mean, I don't really see too much going on for me. So this is a great day to ask me questions until I shut the room down. Okay. Just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I am back.
Barry, can I ask you something?
No, just a moment, please. All right, guys, sorry about that. You're right. Remember I said APT would show up if it took out the high of the day? And it did. It finally did. But but that's a pretty big pullback, right? I mean, it chopped around, got all the way down here. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't really trust it unless it really gets going on some volume, guys. Like, really gets going. Okay, I flubber. You know what? I wonder if I can, when I shut down the room at around 3 o'clock, if you guys, if you don't mind helping me, because what I'll do is I'll keep the YouTube room open, show you what I'm doing. I sort of see what you guys are talking about, but I just can't do it right now. No, I understand if you can't stick around. I might shut the room down at 2:30 today, guys. So. And I'm talking about so are you saying automatic would automatically do the entire screen? Well, without all this mumbo jumble of, of having to try to size the thing? Kev? Sorry, guys. Listen, in the main room, I'm talking to people in our YouTube room. They're trying to help me out with this stupid display. You guys can see my screen fine in the main room, but unfortunately on YouTube you can't because of the projecting software threw me for a loop this morning. Well, if Reel's going, why can't I go? Well, listen, yeah, I mean, look, if it can take this out, if APT can take this out at noon, see, I can't even think anymore, at 12, yeah, maybe I'll take a day off. How's that? Is that okay, guys, if I shut the room down at 2? Take an hour. A day off, an hour off. Live a little, so I can figure out how this screen. Okay, that's what I'm going to do, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just trying to get this because if I don't have outside help, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to do it. And I've got two great guys in our YouTube room who might be able to help me. So I'll just one last little plug here for the test drive. Okay, the test drive link right here. Click on it. Sign up for it. Whatever it says, even if it says you must take out a subscription, in the sign up procedure, you don't have to. I don't know why it's saying that for some people. But anyway, the test drive will start on August the 9th to the 20th, 10 trading days. Costs you $11.11. Okay? If you sign up now, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. And you won't get data until the 9th. Okay, and then one last thing with my home page. Yeah, I don't get the long weekend. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, Canada, most provinces, I think, other than Quebec, have a holiday on Monday. But I'll be here. I don't know how to answer that, Anne. I'm using 4K monitors. I've got three 30-inch 4K monitors. So I'm not sure why it would be blurry. That is a question that I haven't seen for a long time. We used to have blurriness problems, but I haven't had a comment like that in months. So I'm not sure how I can help you. Sorry, I wish I could. I just don't know how I can help you. Okay, guys, and as always, save my homepage link. Well, that's interesting. How about other people with a 4K monitor? Is the resolutions, is it blurry? It shouldn't be. I mean, believe me, people would have been telling me that for a long time. There you go. It's awesome. Okay. So, and it must be something on your end, a setting on your end. Okay, guys, so I'm just going to let our support people know that in case you get people will start yelling at them, where's the, so I'm just going to let them know that I'm shutting down now. The only other thing I can tell you to do, or ask you to do, is maybe go to our homepage and ask that question. I mean, again, we haven't had very many questions like that in a long time. And they may say, try this. Maybe there's a resolution on your monitor that you should be using. Okay. Look at app, guys. I mean, I may trade apt. But I'm going to shut the room down now. Thanks so much for all the help. Now, guys, APT, a late bloomer. Okay, late bloomer, guys. You do what you have to do, but I mean, it's got room now. All right, so if you're going to be here, if you're Canadian, you're going to be here, great. If not, have a great long weekend. And for my American friends, of course, I'll be here. So open the room 9 o'clock Monday morning. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. Okay. So YouTube, you guys in YouTube are still there. I haven't shut you guys down. So let's see. I want to see if I can get to the bottom of this. Okay, so this is what I see right now. So let's see if I can follow what you guys are talking about. Now the other thing that happened is that I lost my intro. My intro, I used to say opening the room at 9 o'clock. No idea. Okay, so let me, okay, here's the scene. So Autolycus, can you see my screen? Can you, well, you can see I have a red line here. The red, is one side of that rectangle green? I have a red line here on the left-hand side. I don't see anything green. And you said something about keep the alert, hold down the alert key. And yeah, I can move it. You see what I'm doing? Well, here are my displays, okay? So I've got these 3 displays. This is, no, here's another display. Oops, that's the same one, sorry. I only have 3 monitors, so here are the displays. So there's another one. What? You know what's going on here. Now oh, no. I'm, see, I can change it to desktop. This is where and that'd be fine, I do have scene 2, yes, but desktop, okay, how can I explain this? Desktop, which is what I used to select, would bring me this screen, okay? Well, you can't see it. The screen that you normally see, with Brokerage Plus and all the, what it's done, it switched it for whatever reason to another monitor. And that has my trading platform and all that stuff on. Obviously, I'm not going to display that, okay? So that's what happened this morning. When I clicked on desktop, it didn't go to the monitor that it normally goes to. So that's why, and then intro, when I click on intro, now you see a black screen. Well, what I normally, scene 2 is just something I added this morning. Yes, desktop is what I normally, okay, it's called desktop, but it's not projecting the right monitor. So if I could change that, you know, to the monitor that you guys normally see. Well, can you see OBS? You can see it right here, can't you? Oh, I see. How do I show you OBS? I mean, this is all I can show you. Oh, I see. I have to move it to the other, right here? So confusing. Oh, I see. Here. Dragged it. This is what I think I'm doing. I'm dragging it. I'm bringing this is okay. What I've done, in my opinion, is I've dragged it to my main monitor. Do you want me to hit this? Now I know how people feel when I try to explain to them how to use trade ideas. Oh, I see what you mean. This monitor. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I see what you mean. Okay. I see what you mean now. Okay. This is not the monitor that I want to stream. Now what? What I could have done, you know what? Why don't I do this? Okay, see, now it's streaming on this monitor. This is the monitor that I want to stream. I just need this. I just need this to be the full monitor. Are you talking about these things? I don't even know. See, these things are now floating. Is this what you're talking about? These things? These are floating, and I don't know why they're floating around. Display sources. You see, here are my display, right? My displays, and normally, oh, we can't see what you're talking about, really. Oh, I see. You can't see these floating little windows. One's called screen transitions, and one is called sources. I don't know why they're floating. I understand now why you can't see them. All right, I'll move it back to desktop then. Okay, and it's so. Can you see? Can you see what I'm doing here with this little sources thing? This little sources box. Is this showing up for you guys? What I'm doing? Okay. And this other one, the screen transitions. I don't know why they're floating. Okay, I just don't know why they are floating. I mean, they never used to. I woke up this morning, turned it on, was displaying the wrong monitor, said okay, and then all of a sudden, yeah. So how do I unpop it out? Do you just hit this thing? No. Maybe the negative sign? What's going to get them back in? I don't want to remove it. If I hit the negative, okay, let me check. Check settings, okay? So can you guys see what I'm doing here? Do you see the settings? I guess I don't know if you can see the full thing. Okay, you can see this. Okay, now what? So you see the settings. Now what? What do I do? And by the way, I will copy this down because it'll happen again sometime. If I can get this fixed. Okay, so under sort, you don't mean in settings then? This is not in settings. The source is, so that source you're talking about, you're talking about the little box here, the little source box. I did not stop streaming. Oh, good. Oh, man. Okay, good. I did not stop. So again, Kev, when you said under source alignment snapping, where am I seeing that? I see source, the little box that somehow is floating on its own. I have some options or gear, but that's not helping me. Okay. We need to figure out how to place that box back in your platform. I mean, this is insane. I even, this morning, when it was floating around, I thought, okay, I'll just exit. I'll just exit OBS and then restart it, but it was still floating around. Can I right click? I can, but nothing's happening. Oop, wait a minute. Okay. Now it went somewhere. Or no. Let me do this on the oh, okay. Maybe that's how right clicking automatically seemed to put them back. Yeah, here's scene transitions and here's sources. Okay, so you guys can see it. Can you see it? So they are now back. Okay, now what? Well, I don't know if it's fixed. I mean, all that's fixed is that these things are back. But if I want to, okay, let's go scene 2. All right. There's scene 2, which is the monitor I really want to display, but look what's happened. But it's not fixed. I did. All the floating boxes are back. The floating boxes, I had 2 floating boxes. One was called scene transitions, and the other one was the sources. Okay, so they're back. Again, I don't know what you can see I'm doing here, but they're back. But you can see that what I'm trying to display obviously is not correct. Okay, hit the plus button on the sources, okay. So all that's bringing up is a menu that is display capture, and which is what I think I tried to do. Okay, I'll select desktop again. No, it's going to the wrong monitor. Okay, I'll click on scene 2. Okay. Okay, then, okay, click scene 2, then on the sources tab, click. Ooh, man, this is not, oh, look what I did. Okay, so, okay, now I put it back. Sources tab. Click the plus, okay. Okay, so I've got scene 2 open. I've got scene 2 open. I've got scene 2 open. I've now got this little pop-up menu with display source, image, all that stuff. And then, okay, display capture, yes. Okay, so now I've got the display capture up, and I've got, you know, these red, which somebody showed me a long time ago when I first started this. Somehow you kind of drag the corners, and somehow the miracle happens. It shows the entire screen. You can see the issue right now? Excellent. Okay. Resize the display capture. Right there. So how do I resize it? I can't click on that. That is unclickable. That's grayed out. So if I cancel out, and then go back here and I click on display capture, but how do I resize it in here? I don't know. I don't understand. Well, I don't think you're fixing the wrong scene. This is the scene I want displayed. It's just, it's not showing the entire screen, that's all. I just need to somehow. Okay, click the lock icon. Click the lock icon in the Sources tab. You don't mean the gear icon. Click the lock icon in the Sources tab, the lock icon. This? Properties for monitor to show? I made scene 2 this morning, yes. Display capture task. The other problem is I'm so tired. Just a minute now. Here's my Sources tab right here. I know what, I'm sorry, I understand now. Just a second. Cancel. Okay. When you say to the right of the display, okay. So you're talking this, here's the display capture. And if I right click, but that's not what you mean. I have nothing free floating anymore. Sources tab is right here, right there. If you can see that, if I drag it over, it's right there. Little to the left and down. Yikes, I don't know what's happening. This is insane. But scene 2, you should be able to see this. I don't understand why you can't see this. Can you see this? Scene 2 is directed to this monitor. Okay, all I'm trying to do is get this so you can see my entire monitor. All you guys, as you know, are able to see is just the bottom. Okay. All right, Autolycus, I'll press the desktop. Just give me 1 second, okay? Just give me one moment here. I just want to shut something down here. Okay. There's desktop. Okay, so this is what would happen. Typically. This is what you see. This is my third monitor. 1, 2, 3. I usually always display my second monitor. It just is the default. And when this has happened in the past, all I've had to do is go to a different display. Okay? Wait a minute. Maybe this is going to work now. Okay, maybe just have to pick. Bingo. So now can you see my display? As I normally would have had it. Well, I don't know what I did. I didn't really do anything. But if you can see if you can see, now what I guess I should do, yeah, this is the display. This is the display for sure. But I don't know what I did. And it's desktop. The right side is cut off? Really? Because what I see is slightly, okay, because what I see, let me, could I drag this a little bit? How's that? Did I do something, did I change something? That's what I did. We need to adjust the right triangle. Okay, I get that. So I'm adjusting it now. Is that making a change? So you want me to show you OBS like this? So I've been dragging this. Well, I guess up here. Made it worse, okay. Okay, I'm bringing it out. That's all I'm doing, right? Can you see what I'm doing? Grabbing this corner in the top left-hand corner. So in, out, right? Okay, for the better. So what makes it better? Moving it in like this, is that making it better? Yes? Everywhere, everywhere I see the stripes. Okay, so what I see, I mean, I see the full screen. Zoom it in time and trimming the, drag it in. Okay, I keep dragging it in. More. No, I can't keep going, guys. I mean, now it's shrunk down to nothing. So maybe I have to, what if I drag the other side? Or move the other side in? Okay, so I think I've eliminated the stripes. No? I don't see stripes on my end now. Okay, so I had to drag. Okay, so okay. Now, how do I save this stupidity so it doesn't happen again? Thank you guys so much. But I don't know what I did. I don't think I did anything. I mean, now get rid of the black. Yeah, I see the black. I do. Okay. Black gone. How's that? I don't see the black. I don't see the stripes. Keep going. Keep going. See, I know you see the little icons, okay, down here, if you're talking about that black. I mean, I suppose I could get rid of that if I just did this. No. I'm good. I don't want to, but how do I save this now? No. It's perfect. Okay, okay, okay. I'll keep it like, it's hilarious. Autolight, well, I have two people saying it's good, and you're saying keep going. Well, the problem is, I mean, you're talking about getting rid of the little screen icons down here, the little icons, my taskbar icons. Below it, okay? I don't. Some are saying it's fine. I mean, I don't know what to do here. How's that? I think I know what you mean. Ah, good Lord. I don't see any black on the bottom. I mean, I'll keep dragging it down a little bit, but I don't see any. No, I understand. I know you. I know you don't mean that. I don't see any black on the bottom underneath this red line. If I do this, then I've got black on sides. I understand that. I can see the black on the left and on the right. Okay? Now when I drag it, I don't see any black. Really? However, look, now I see those little I see those little bars on the side here I have to get rid of then. Okay. There are drag points in the center of the sides. Oh, I see here. I see that. Okay, yep. How's that? How's that? Are we good? Because now I've got a nice blue bar all the way around as opposed to that red line all the way around. Please tell me it's good. Okay, I don't have to do anything more. Oh man, okay. Now, how is this going to save it like this? Is there anything I have to do to say save or don't screw up for the next time? Like what is there a... Do I want to remove the Windows taskbar? It will autosave, so when I shut down iFlubber, it'll autosave. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. I mean, obviously, I don't care if people see this. I'm not trying to hide anything, but I guess if there is a way to do it, but I don't want to screw this up. It looks the way I used to have it, with that blue line rectangle around everything. But is that only going to remove the taskbar on this monitor? Is it going to remove it on all my monitors? Or in other words, is it only going to remove the taskbar? Because I want the taskbar. Okay, I'll hold down the Alt key, but I'll hold down the Alt key, select the button side of the rectangle, and drag it up a bit. No. No, but it's not, man, do I really want to do this? Hold the Alt key, drag up from the bottom center point, and let go of Alt. This time though, I don't have that little red, okay. Now I got that little red button, okay. Aha! Did I do it? I see a black border underneath with no taskbar. Is that good? I don't care about streaming the taskbar. I mean, I don't care. But right now is not what you see the screen, and now instead of the taskbar, you don't see it. You just see a black underneath. Okay, hold Alt. Select the square on the bottom middle. I don't see a square. Oh. Done. Right? I think that's it, right? I mean, you see my entire screen. You do not see the taskbar. Whew. Okay. Well, you probably saved me. I have no idea what I did. I mean, I don't know why that didn't work, because I think I tried that today. Switching. I mean, I do know enough that when it's happened in the past, I just had to, switch the monitor display and it would do it. Okay, we're done. Guys, thank you so much. You've saved me probably, I don't know, massive headache. And all I have to do is exit and it'll save it. Okay. Okay, guys. Man, now I know what some of you go through. when I try to explain things in not you guys. You guys are all pros. Okay, thanks guys. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. Okay, so I will shut this down now.